Okay, it's just with you setting up the announcement.
Yes, I know. I set up the announcement first. I was getting all the side shit done so that I could then press the magic red button, which I've now pressed the magic red button. Is the magic red button working, or do I need to go beat the
Yes,
magic red button within an inch of its life?
yes, magic red button has worked.
Magic red button?
Because I'll beat the magic red button. All you have to do is tell me I need to go beat the magic red button.
No, you're live.
Alright, now it's live on my end.
Okay, I'll put up the orc wrench.
What? Ow.
What? I have an actual orc wrench.
I'm not surprised, but
Still doesn't beat NG's rent.
So, I think Twitch needs to have a look at what something they're doing, because sat in Fee's channel, watching Fee's stream, been watching it for about 2-3 minutes when this happens. It gives me a notification to say Fiaura is streaming.
It seems to do that quickly on Wednesday and then do it incredibly obnoxiously slow on Tuesday.
Yeah,
It's the fact that it's telling me that the stream I'm watching just went live, even though the stream I'm watching went live a couple of minutes ago.
according to the followed channels thing on the side of my screen, you are not online, despite me just looking at a live screen right now.
Yes, because that does take that's on like 5-10 minute kind of cycles.
Yeah, fair.
Believe me, if that was keeping itself up to date, the load on the servers would be pretty mental when you consider how many people watch Twitch at any one moment.
Valid.
Well, considering Twitch also has 37 servers, I'm pretty sure we're good. Twitch, in theory, has enough servers for up to 2 billion people to simultaneously watch. Not the same channel, but, you know.
in theory.
In theory. Yes.
In theory, I could be a doctor right now. In reality, God.
In reality, anyone that's under your knife, I just assume is dead before the knife touches them.
And
Come on, everyone knows he just uses obscene amounts of alcohol.
And
Probably hits on him.
demonetized.
wait a second, do I look Russian to you?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm going to jump over, so I'll catch you in a bit when you're ready, Fee.
Hetty,
What's up?
Hetty. Hug you.
What?
Are you okay?
Yeah. And I catch you
Hug
in a
the
bit.
heading.
Anyway.
yeah, like, I'll at least give Martini credit that I don't think that one medical check in Camp Forlorn Hope where you cut off the wrong leg, I think he's smart enough to not do that. That's all I can say.
I like how only one person has noticed what's on screen.
I'm just gonna point out, Martini uses survival for doing bandages and triage.
I mean, I said it in the Patreon chat, I'll say it here. You've got probably a couple seconds to get that helmet back on. Helmet back.
Insert free-for-all falling playing in background.
Oh, nice.
As soon as I finish chapter 50 in Saint Scorpion, just like last time when there are 6 or less chapters to go, the next completed chapter, and once we have all the artwork done. So I'm finishing chapter 50 tomorrow. Editor will start looking at it this weekend. We've planned for 6. There might be 7 chapters before it's book 3's done. Yeah. It's going to be done at the very latest by June 1st. And then it's going to be just sitting around and editing it all through June and making sure everything's ready to go by July.
Nice.
So I should have pre-orders open next week, and the book will be released at Everfree, which is in August. Pending that Everfree still happens on August 7th through the 9th. If it doesn't still happen on August 7th through the 9th, I might delay the book. But as far as we're concerned, Everfree is still going, so... I've been assured the odds of it being canceled are very low. And supposedly, I think I've been announced. Have I been announced by Everfree yet? If I haven't, then I'm sorry, Everfree. I didn't mean it.
Ruh-roh. Hey, everybody.
Hold
Thanks,
on.
Ken.
No, I have not been announced. Whoops.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
Fee. You in trouble.
I wanted to give everybody a thank you for last night's raid. That was unexpected.
Oh shit, I missed it.
Yeah, I'm not. Whoopsie.
Yeah, I saw that hashtag.
Whoopsie!
I already know how Sunrise feels about Twitty.
Hey, I missed the raid last night.
Yeah.
You know, we need an art piece of the entire party, including past cast, hugging with Sunrise right next to his face.
I just
Her
don't
face.
see them.
Twitty's
The only one I see possibly hugging me would be Quick Stitch. The rest are like recoiled.
The rest are all standing off with their back turned, their arms crossed, and their heads and their noses pointed up in the air.
Like, no, we're not gonna do it.
Martini is drunk and hugging.
But he never met Twitty, so he should be exempt from that.
No, that's true. That's true.
Neither has Mythic. You never know.
And neither is Martini yet.
What do you mean? Martini
wait a minute,
encountered
you were at
Twitty.
Roof. That's right, he was at Roof one.
Yeah, it was literally like 20 seconds before the scene with what's her name? Oh god, I feel like an idiot.
You forgot your girlfriend's name?
No, not the girlfriend. The giant, absurd, terrifying Philly
Oh,
Scout.
Buttered Toast.
Buttered Toast, before she decided to jump good.
Yeah.
Straight through the roof and into the sky, and probably scared the shit out of an enclaver.
So in reality, you've only had more of a passing glimpse.
He
We get
thought
it. We get it. We get it. Twitty is the only thing you have all week. Calm down.
I know.
Martini thought Twitty was some kind of a mutated changeling. He just kind of passed it off as, okay, it's just a wasteland thing. And sadly, that's not wrong.
I mean, by Fallout rules of radiation, wouldn't he be like a mutated flea or something?
I don't know. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about any of that.
Well,
I already have enough problems with Cazadors.
Well, she is still a small.
But she is no longer the small. She is no longer the small that can rest on somebody's head.
No. She can no longer do the imitation of a Lamar.
Okay. Sorry, I just put it upstream and I just saw the cover. Or saw the new edition.
Book 3.
Yes. So cover 1 is by Lost in the Trees. Cover 2 is by Lightning Bliss, and cover 3 is by Ravage.
Jeez,
I gotta say, Ravage has the highest definition cover here versus just looking at the comparison of the hair. Ravage is definitely the highest def.
Oh yeah, Ravage doesn't really high definition work. But now I'm trying to figure out where this moment is. Because they're
for the cover of book
What
3?
did that moment? Hold on, let me ask you something.
No, I know what the moment is. I don't know what her shadow is being reflected in.
Hold on. Let me ask you something. Have any of the moments on the covers ever actually happened?
I don't believe so.
Okay then.
That reflective material looks like one hell of a weird pipeline or tower.
It's
Yeah,
it,
but
it,
it's up to the.
it,
It's like the
it's
thunder.
no, it's
The thunderhead raptor.
no, guys.
Sorry, shutting up.
The book, the thing on the book cover, like 100% of the books I've ever read, never actually happens. Just like anime intros, most of the stuff in the intro never happens, and you're disappointed when it doesn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, the anime intro is basically just a look at all these people and make you wonder who they are for when they eventually show up in the show.
And that's the point.
And it's
Or
probably
they
taken
have-
from it's taken from the manga.
Or,
it's
you know,
the-
you could watch an anime like Kimetsu no Yaiba where everything that's shown in the intro actually happens in the anime.
Or it's like the intro is the side characters beating the shit out of our protagonist, in which case, yeah, that probably absolutely does happen. Repeatedly.
Or Rick and Morty, where we're still waiting.
Ah, Rick and Morty.
All I know is right now I have
Also,
I have a pile of books next to me.
Hi, Chris.
Or I have a pile of boxes next to me that are going out tomorrow. And I really hope Moon is up for tonight, because he just didn't talk to me all week, and I was just like, okay, well, I got a message from you like half an hour ago that says you're good to go. I'm just concerned.
He's just been busy.
Yes, I'm aware.
He's probably exhausted.
But like the rest of us, he's also suffering from what I can only describe as quarantine-itis.
Everybody's going to get cabin fever from this.
I'm not. I'm used to it. Literally, my daily routine has changed nothing. This is what I'm used to.
Oh, I know, but there's so many out there that they're used to be outdoors and going.
I know, and I'm not belittling or making fun of those people. I'm just pointing out that I'm just used to this anyway. If you want to learn the secrets, I will teach you.
I'm essential.
Yeah, you essential workers are kind of like having to go out there every day.
Hold on. I'm not going to refer to you as an essential worker. You mean sacrifice for the altar of capitalism.
Bingo.
I mean, nothing's changed for me either, but just...
Also, we did miss last week because of situations.
The Moon just asked for the week off. He normally would have gotten 3 weeks off because of conventions, but we didn't have those conventions, so Moon has been running straight since January. Like the last 2 years, we've gotten 3 weeks off because of cons right around this time. Didn't get that this time.
Oh, Chris is confused because she's called Lady of the Butter Lies.
Oh. Hold on. I missed a letter.
It happens. Typos happen. She's fixed it. Butter I can't eat, and she doesn't like lies. Well, no, it's butterflies. Just the cuter bugs.
Wait, you set up other people's... Huh.
She's admin. She can do that.
I don't know how... I'm not an admin anywhere, so I don't know what any of the buttons on that side of Discord do.
There are so many more buttons. You don't understand. It's like sitting down and preparing yourself for a Steel Battalion controller. And that was an early 2000s reference, and if you didn't get it, oh well.
When you need a controller that's more like a cockpit than an actual controller.
I'll put it another way. It's like you're going to a restaurant. You see the menu for you, and it's just like there's your soup and sandwich, and there's your roast, and that's about it. Moderators and admins, it's the big deluxe menu where there's just like way too much things to make a decision on. Ah, now she gets it. She's got it. Everything's okay now. Chris is cool.
I have so many questions.
So many questions about what?
Everything!
42.
Okay, look. My caller number is 43, so 42 doesn't work anymore. Try again.
But that's the answer to life.
That wasn't one of the questions that needed to be answered.
That's a pretty good answer.
Warning! Warning! Stream tip overload! All hands, prepare for exploded broken Fiaura in
Can I
5,
get, like,
4, 3,
any
2,
stream
1. Detonation
at all?
imminent.
Headphone users beware. That doesn't have someone, before we even get to the real part of the stream, deciding to blow the fuck out of the tip jar!
Oh.
Would you rather
Hashtag
than blow the
fire
fuck out
in
of
the
the
hole.
middle of the street?
I just missed that. Who dropped 100?
Godfather.
Oh, jeebus.
The literal mafia is enjoying our entertainment, apparently.
Okay, so
Tell
GG
Mafia.
Godfather.
Apparently it's a break from having to throw guys out of the back of cars with cement shoes. Anyway, headphone users, you can put your headphones back on.
I never took mine off.
That's just because you have ears of steel and are half deaf.
And I didn't either, so...
I warned you!
No, I didn't take it off, and it didn't bother me at all.
I got this for you.
I love you, new microphone. You're amazing. By the way, old microphone's getting mailed out tomorrow.
Oh yeah, who won that contest? Or the giveaway, whatever. What you call it?
I'm picking that tonight. Live.
You're mailing it tomorrow.
Yeah, but I hope they're here. I hope they can send me a private message telling me what their address is.
I thought we were sending that one to Moon.
I mean, he's on the list of people that could be rolled. Yes.
If he wins the roll, that would be amazing.
And a wild Von Holtz appeared.
Oh, hi, Von.
The stream tip grenade has been armed. 5 seconds until detonation.
I am gonna string you a tip you can't refuse.
Okay, it sounds like Moon is getting himself some coffee.
Who is the giggity father?
Quagmire.
This raises more questions than I possibly could have ever wanted.
The answer is easy. It's Quagmire.
Who else but Quagmire?
It's Quagmire, Quagmire, giggity giggity.
Hey,
Yeah, you can stop that right there.
So, how's everybody's day going?
It was a day.
I'm playing Grand Theft Auto 4.
Day is going. It's not over yet, though.
Played No Man's Sky today.
I nearly dropped a couch in a pool.
After Fiaura's heart and attention.
Oh, who tried
Sounds
to
like a hell of a party.
I have more questions than answers now. Even more so. Every day.
Okay, John.
I said right. My brother thought I said left.
Moon's gonna come back from coffee, look at the screen, spew his coffee across his screen, and have to go make a new cup of coffee and get a towel.
I like that the new donation has made the tip percentage 59.50.
See, what's going to happen is he's going to spit out his hot coffee and then go get like a beer or something.
No, he'll pour whiskey in his coffee.
So, to the person who said the day's not over yet, I'm just gonna look you dead in the face and go, I hope it gets better.
It'll get better eventually. I just have so much things to finish before
Also,
next week.
I have to ask, Kyle, am I still allowed to make Jew jokes?
Yeah.
Does it irritate you, or do you like it?
I'm fine with it, though this has gone on long enough. I think I should point out I'm not Jewish.
But your name's Kyle.
His last name is Christensen. I think it's a clever disguise and a very good ruse. Hi, Maxwell. You're not dead. I'm glad you're not dead.
Hey, Max.
You're still on administrative leave.
Also, good South Park ref there, Fee.
We've been making that South Park reference for 3 years.
I know.
I don't think I've been here for 3 years.
Yes, but everyone who comes on named Kyle, we've made that reference towards them. You've just been the longest running one.
Noted.
You're still a wonderful person, and you take a joke incredibly well. I like how I start making jokes at Kyle's expense, and like 4 of you tune out.
If you need to know if a Jew joke's okay, see Kyle.
Oh!
God damn it.
Stop.
That was a good one.
And damn it, the stream is turned into an episode of South Park.
Look, we've already had 2 full games that were episodes of South Park. They were good, but we've been there, done that. Also, I've kind of figured out that the reason why I stopped playing Outer Worlds is because it wasn't as good as New Vegas or the South Park game Obsidian made, and it's nothing to do with the mechanics. It's the writing.
Heart and attention.
Oh.
It's entirely the writing.
Gotta round up that number.
Really?
Good luck moving.
And I'm just
Guys,
we haven't even started the meat and potatoes of the stream. You're throwing all the money at the freaking appetizer.
Yeah, that way they don't ruin the meat and potatoes.
Maxwell.
Is this one of those super fancy restaurants where you have to pay, where you have to like put a down payment before you get your meal?
Yes.
That's
It
what
looks
it
like
feels
one of
like.
those ones where you
Also, Arcane, what the fuck?
This is one of those restaurants where they don't even have price tags on the menu, and if you have to ask, you can't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to one of those restaurants before. I actually didn't enjoy myself.
Not a good experience, eh?
Any hoodles, I'm gonna go make tea.
No, the food was terrible.
Ugh. So overpriced, fancy, terrible food.
Hey, Sophie.
Hi, Sophie.
Hi, Rana.
How have you been all day?
Hey, it's Sophie.
I just finished Mass Effect 2.
That's where you've been all night.
I mean, that was kind of a giant message saying streaming, you know?
Yes, I know, Flitter Kriz, Lord of the Butterfly, Lady of the Butterflies. I should just accept that everyone cares about me, but that's hard for me to accept, and I just have to kind of grit my teeth and work my way through it.
Yeah, I care about you.
I don't.
I care about you a lot.
Also, speaking of places that don't have price tags, and if you don't know what the price is, you can't afford it, it's called the Apple Store.
Damn! Just throwing that shade. No hesitation.
Well, hell. Hey, Spitty.
Hey. Hey, Rana.
Yes, dear.
I love you.
I love you too.
I need to go the fuck to bed.
Go sleep.
Oh, be safe.
Oh, Maxwell's in the voice chat with us.
Someone put on some. He's not talking.
He's not, I know. You typing.
What did they do?
Maxwell, we just want you to know that we care. I might be temporarily upset with you, but we still care.
No one's giving me a scare, Maxwell.
Also, I'm
Nobody
posting
lecture
something.
him. Nobody lecture him. That's
Also,
already
I'm
been done.
posting something and vibing crazy because I think this is hilarious.
Yes, Samuel L. Jackson reached "Stay the fuck home," uncensored.
That was funny. I love that one.
Stay the fuck at home.
Samuel Jackson's is the funniest dude ever.
Yeah, I like the introduction to that. It's like, I'm not a doctor, but it seems like people listen to me when I read shit in a poem.
Mm-hmm.
I also noticed that he voiced an officer on Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Well, he does get around a bit. I mean, he was pretty much major in Afro Samurai, the animation.
I just want to comment that I kind of want Samuel L. Jackson to walk around and narrate my life and motherfucker.
Did you know that Samuel L. Jackson had a stutter problem, and the way he got around it was to literally say "motherfucker" at the end of the sentence?
So, sort of like substituting stuttering with Tourette's.
So with Samuel L. Jackson narrating your life, Fee, would every motherfucker be the same, or would it be contextual?
Contextual, but that's how he got around his stutter.
Didn't they take advantage of his stutter for what was it, the first Kingsman, I think? I don't remember. No, that was a list. I mixed that up with the stutter. My bad.
Alright, so Moon's not quite here yet, but we're going to go ahead and flip over to the other channel. And then we're going to just let Twitty do his thing. And by the time the intro finishes, Moon should be here and nice and settled. Should be, keyword.
Okay.
Well, unless he spills his coffee.
Meow.
Meow.
How are you lot doing?
I'm alive.
I have curly fries.
I also have curly fries.
I am jealous that the two of you have curly fries.
Yeah, you lucky bastards.
I was supposed to also get a thing of like 15 tiny tacos, but they fucked it up and gave me 4 regular sized tacos. I want my goddamn bite-sized taco.
I am genuinely jealous that you two have curly fries.
Martini, they may have been out of baby micro taco shells.
No, they actually messed it up. I paid for it, and to make it worse, it was less expensive.
Ooh.
Yeah, the regular sized tacos are like $8 or something. And
How big are these fucking tacos?
Sophie, happy
They're from Jack.
So as a note, Sophie, happy anniversary. I'm getting you a cheerleading outfit because you seem to like them so much.
Oh, hey, Moon.
Hi, Moon.
Welcome, Moon.
Hey, sorry, give me like 30 seconds. My washing machine was trying to reach escape velocity.
Oh, shit!
Oh, damn, I know how that feels.
I've been to Moon's house. This is a thing that actually happens.
Oh, it's bad when those washers do that. Oh, God.
Oh, God, that made my night. Oh.
And it makes it worse when you throw a brick in one like some Russian guy did.
Why?
First off, Linzabi, that's a dryer.
Okay.
Second, I'm with Marker Light. Why?
I don't know.
Okay, there's nowhere around here that apparently serves curly fries, so I'm gonna go for the next best thing.
Jack in the Box.
I live in Virginia!
They don't have Jack in the Crack there.
Oh my god, that's horrible. It's like saying they don't have Whataburger.
We don't. And I find Whataburger is terrible.
Five Guys?
Nah, that's just heresy.
Five Guys is great. No, Five Guys is closed right now because of, you know.
Because you can only have 4 guys running a burger place once because of quarantine.
Yeah, you can only have 4 guys at a time running a burger place due to quarantine.
Wow, that's almost as sad as the McDonald's up the street. They had a one-armed guy that they fired, and he was actually doing better than 2 of the 2-armed guys, getting food out twice as fast.
So you're saying a one-armed guy was working 4 times faster than expected?
Yeah.
Yes, and he was actually badass.
That's probably why they fired him.
He was doing so well that they could have probably dropped down to 2 people.
I'm genuinely impressed with this.
I would not wish that on anybody, though.
Yeah, that's why I don't work in fast food anymore.
Are you the one-armed man?
No. You've seen pictures of me? I have 2 arms.
Do you, or is that just a or is that just a trick of the camera?
Hold on, I'm going to rip off my prosthetic and stick it up your ass.
Uh-oh.
It's actually a trained mimic.
Oh, it's a trained mimic. That's what's going on. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, it's a trained mimic. I'm able to use it like an attack dog.
You made a deal with a mimic that it doesn't eat you so long as you feed it on a regular basis.
I'm a bard. Remember, this is normal.
Oh, you seduced the mimic, and now you're having to pay child support.
Oh no, I don't need to.
Are the children of your mimic arm little mimic fingers that just walk around like Thing from Addams Family?
I mean, I'm gonna say I don't have to pay child support because unlike most bards, I'm actually a responsible individual.
Christ, sorry about that.
Oh no, don't be sorry, man. If you've been hearing our conversation, you'd be like, "What is going on here?"
Just go back to having.
I just got back, so don't even.
No, I've been trying to like make it. I was convinced at one point in time that motherfucker was just gonna hurl itself onto the floor.
Oh no! We were talking about Snips' real life with his prosthetic mimic arm that he has to pay mimic child support to little mimic fingers that walk around like the Thing from the Addams Family.
Moon, save us from our sins.
I'm actually a responsible adult, so I am not a bard that has to pay child support. I take care of my kid.
Look, I don't normally say this to people.
No, I'm sorry to make you retread old ground, but no, what?
But you guys, y'all need Jesus.
So, Marker Light was talking about a one-armed man fired from fast food, then explained that's why he doesn't work in fast food anymore. And then I went, "Oh, so you were the one-armed guy?"
One-armed what?
At a McDonald's, there was a one-armed man that worked the drive-thru, and he could get food out faster than the 2 guys that actually worked there normally.
So he worked 4 times. So he worked 4 times as fast. So they fired him. That's why Snips doesn't work in fast food anymore. And I said, "Wait, are you the one-armed man?" He went, "No, of course not." I said, "Oh, so you just have a mimic for a prosthetic arm?" "Yeah, that's it." "So does it stick around because you don't want to pay child support to your little mimic fingers that walk around like the Thing from the Addams Family?"
And I said, "Fuck no, because I'm a responsible adult and I take care of my kids."
Oh, look what Mina
Christ,
posted.
it's like Shatner in his hairpiece.
No, look what Mina posted down below the video.
Yes, he has, but fuck you. He replaced that with a pseudo vibrator.
You're right. You cannot leave us alone for 5 minutes drinking, buddy.
That's
so,
right.
I would like to thank our people who are watching, especially the people in the United States, Norway, Denmark, Canada, and the UK. Also, the one person in New Zealand. Hi, Down Under! I'd like to come to your convention in bumfuck nowhere, Australia. In the meantime, Linzabi.
And yes, Quick Stitch, basically that, except it didn't rip itself apart.
So
can I say something before Linzabi?
Sure.
I noticed that Martini said that the one-armed guy was working the drive-through window. Got to watch those windows; they close really fast.
They do. They actually have a hydraulic on it.
Amputation joke, really?
Well, no, they literally do have a hydraulic on the window as a way of.
Meantime, Twitty, from the live from the Australian bumfuck nowhere outback, would you please be so kind as to recap us on what happened the last time we were here?
Last time when you finally subdued the bounty hunters and then had to drag everybody into this big fat building because there's a magical storm coming with all the viciousness that brings, including taint lightning, which would make your lives really weird and fun and probably spectacular. You got to find out the information, partial information, because somebody did a brain wipe on them.
Fuck, right. I'm going to need books.
They can't tell you all the information that Sunrise wants because it's smacking like those ministry ponies that were fucking with Sunrise when she was a little young one. I'm still trying to wrap my head around Sunrise being a young one. But, you know, that's typical of kids. We all figure the adults were never kids. But, yeah, all this has gone down, and still no sign of Martini, but Martini was smart enough, I almost called him Smartini, because he got bunkered down and out of the storm, which is probably the smartest things he's ever done. So,
fuck you.
Sunrise is still probably needing a bit more medical attention to that skull of hers. I think you still got one coming out of freezing. The barrel pone is silenced. It's not much of use anyway. And the town's ponies are there, and you're probably locked in with a bunch of rat roaches and other vermin. But they seem to be staying away from all you ponies because, well, you know, y'all have guns. Now, as for the Pegasus who ran away, she seems to, for the time being, evaded Martini. Also, the one thing you did find out is, well, apparently some of you are wanted alive, some of you are wanted dead or alive. Mina, sadly, seems to be wanted dead. I wonder what could have caused that.
Because she's the only one who can die.
And Mythic.
Yeah, they did actually say that they knew enough of what was going on to know that we would all at some point get back up. So wanting for us dead is not really here nor there. They just want us out of the way.
Right. And apparently, Mythic was almost made a card, but I don't know if it was because the one making the card was being a softie, or was cutting him some slack, or because, well, Mythic's only recently joined the party and therefore hasn't had a chance to cross swords with any pony yet to piss them off to put on the hit list. So the mystery of who put the hit out will maybe be found tonight. Who knows? That's up to the party, and we'll see if they can get that information. If Moon, you're ready, I'll hand off to you. Oh, they have to do the intro. That's right. So I'm going to do my usual disappear and hiding because I found out, well, let's just say feelings between Sunrise and Twitty are kind of mutual. Bye.
Well, what the fuck did I do?
What didn't you do?
You raided his stream last night, and that was because you wanted to use real raid on Twitty. Spritz him right in the face.
All right,
I mean, who doesn't want to use raid on Twitty?
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way, for just as not night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts.
The ashes of war, through the blood and the gore, a man once more than this world that is torn. A group that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise and overcome all odds. And with every new day, through the parts that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words will remind.
Unchanging towns and NPCs that just kind of sit there and don't do anything.
Except wait for the automatic trigger to come up to say that somebody needs help.
Except for moons, towns, and NPCs change and evolve without us being there. We leave for like a day and we come back and they're like, we built a new wall section. Excuse me, what?
I mean, you're over here. Hold on, I've made pre-war power armor using the same things that using the same things that Tony Stark had available to him.
Fair.
Earth pony.
In the meantime,
you're wandering around in a living, breathing world.
If you had told me 2 years ago that I'd be streaming ponies with Moon.
3.
No, it's this is the 3rd year we've been doing this. We haven't. It's not 3 years that we've been. This is the 3rd year.
I was going back to just before Doodle recruited you.
Yeah. So if you told me I'd been streaming this 2 years ago and writing a 3rd book about it, I'd laughed in your face.
We've been going
Same,
nearly 2
actually.
and a half.
So, since we're already at the tip goal limit, before I turn this over to Moon and I let him have some more time to enjoy his coffee before he gets to have to deal with the train wreck.
It's actually good coffee.
I'm gonna go ahead and put these. We have pictures. Quite a few pictures, actually. We also have some fan art. Let me make sure. Is this safe for Twitch? That's questionable. That's not. I don't know. You guys tell me. Is this safe for Twitch? It's in artwork dump.
Skirting it.
Yeah, skirting it.
It's got a bikini on.
Technically, it's within their limits, but they also have.
Give me like
periods
30
where they can
seconds and I'll give it the Funimation once over.
I've seen streamers wearing less.
I'll give it
Yeah,
the Funimation once over. Go ahead, Eddie.
This case of technically yes, but they also have bouts and fits of banning bikini streamers. So who knows?
The only thing is, it actually has one category that falls in its side boob.
I'd say just toss it in the live stream crazy post, but don't show it on the stream.
So
It would pass muster in our Discord.
yeah, but not good. So I'm gonna start showing these pieces of artwork real quick. So this is the front book cover for book 3, and I'll upload them all to Discord here shortly. So while Moon takes over, so you guys can get them, save them, use them, whatever. Here's the back. This is all done by Ravage, and yes, that is a tiny Nyota at the bottom of this. I forget what they're called. Single Pony Project Towers?
Yeah,
Single Pegasus Project Towers.
Single Pegasus.
That is exactly. Oh, fucking.
Whichever. It all depends on who you're asking. Some ground walking.
No, I'm
peasant
making
boy-
No, it is the Single Pegasus project. It was Rainbow Dash's one and only contribution to the war outside of directly fighting.
Can I just say it's the SPPT? It's the same.
Here's the side cover. We did make sure that this does actually line up with the other book's side covers, so I'm not fucking with you on that part at least. No, I understand what it's like for people to release like a DVD series, and then like one in the series just has the season number at the bottom instead of the top like the rest of them, and it just drives you up the wall. I'm not that mean.
Wait, hang on. Wait, is the tower not centered to the sides? Is it just my angle?
What do you mean?
No, it is slightly from top to bottom. It is just slightly off center at the bottom.
Oh, you fucking monster!
This is actually a piece of fan art sent to me on Twitter this week. I think it's fan art of the week basically because I try to do fan art of the week when I can, but this is just a piece I get sent. In case you missed it last time,
you get fan art of the week.
I get fan art
since when?
almost.
Since when do you have a fan art of the week?
Why is this popular? This game is shit.
I post them on Twitter, and I get fan art every single week.
Christ, woman.
Yeah. Hi. Anyway, so this is the last in-text picture we were waiting on. This is Quickstitch and Chifundo in Quickstitch full-on mutant princess mode, playing with two small children.
Gee, I wonder whose kids those are.
In case you missed it, this is also Alguacel's ghost yelling at Marker Light. And this is from Inky Notebook. This is a new meme template. I don't know. I'm just as confused as the rest of you. But new meme template. Have fun with it. I'm gonna upload it to Discord here in a minute, and you can see it there.
I did.
This is just a piece somebody sent me from a different game I'm playing in. I'm playing the Hippogriff. Somebody else is playing the Alicorn, and I got sent this piece and was like, okay, that's adorable. Sure. And then we get into the new pieces of merch. These were just finished. You saw this one, I think, last time, maybe? This is Retribution. This is Nyota. And that's actually pretty damn good work for the eye. The other one is, this is going to Miskay's house, and I have no way to tell him it's coming.
Would you like me to?
Miz, I believe, is back on the server.
No,
he left the other day.
He left, and I got told this was ready within like an hour of that happening.
But basically, Fallout 76 happened again on the server, and he decided.
No, actually, it had nothing to do with that, Eddie. It had to do with Redhurst.
I could just send it to him. I have him on my DMs right now.
Fee, you should be able to send a direct message straight to him because he is on the dead tree, so you share a server.
I just wanted to make sure that like he wanted that information or not. I saw him leave and was like, I don't think I can talk to him anymore.
He did not leave because he was angry at you or at this Discord. He was mad at the Redhurst game.
Okay. Anyway, here you go. So that's all the pictures that we're now caught up on because I did still run a stream last week. We did still get tips last week. I didn't get a chance to show the pictures off, so there's all the pictures and all the makeup stuff. In the meantime, Moon, it's all yours. I'm going to put all these pictures on Discord for these lovely, lovely people.
Oh, I do have one thing to address to Moon real quick because he had that question. But the Fee having a fan art of the week thing is a thing. Just like the guy who made the snakes for XCOM 2, the Vipers, had no idea that people would go gaga for the boob snakes. He's not judging people. He just wasn't sure. He just didn't understand that this would become a thing.
Yeah, no, like it's not like I'm no judgment, no anything. Just like I remember once someone had mentioned like, oh yeah, one of the armor designs someone was gonna do a cosplay off of, and then there's like someone doing this character and someone doing that character, and then you have this just inundated slew of fan art that comes. It's just always surprising. It never stops being weird.
You want to know the weirdest one, Moon? You want to know the absolute weirdest one?
Hit me.
I showed up to OhioCon, and one of my former
OhioCon?
OhioCon, yeah.
What is that? What is that? I've never heard of that.
It's an anime convention.
Oh, okay, thank you.
It's called OhioCon. It's in Ohio. One of my former World of Tanks team members showed up on Discord. He's Stug Life, and his friend showed up. He was unaware that I was going to be at the con, nor was he aware that his friend was cosplaying Alguacil. And they just walked up to my table. There's a picture on Twitter from January when this happened. I almost said February because I was thinking HarmonyCon. No, it's not HarmonyCon. It was OhioCon in January. Yeah.
Of what year?
This year. They just showed up at my table.
You want to know something that's funny from people who sign up on the Discord and, I talk to people and chat with them. So half the people don't know there's a tabletop game. The other half the people don't know there's a book.
Yeah.
And 2/3 of them don't know you used to play tanks.
Yeah, it really is one or the other.
Vaughn, you just made it sound like a Reese's commercial with, some people are into chocolate, some are into peanut butter. And then they
collide and trip over each other on Feast Discord.
I'm still mailing out copies of books. I got to get some royalty checks paid out before the end of the month, and I'm still I'm gonna have to go through and do like a secondary inventory and figure out what I actually owe everybody. So hey Moon, I love you. Thank you for 80%. Thank you for what amounts to about 60% of my income right now. You do good work.
Does this put me in a weird position where, due to sheer technicalities, I'm your sugar daddy?
Yes.
Is it really such a weird position?
I wasn't gonna say it that way, but...
No, okay.
But yeah.
Snap! Pimp Daddy Moonhoof.
I think I need to go get booze.
I'm
gonna go get booze. I'm gonna go get booze. I'll be back.
I think in terms of how far we've gotten into the gameplay of a session, I think that's a new record.
Sadly, I think Moon actually has the union card, Sugar Daddy. So
I think that is, in terms of session, the fastest we've ever broken Moon.
Oh no! Moon got broken the second he came in once. That was the night that the stream tip goal was way higher than it is now.
Wasn't that the night where we literally broke 1,400? What?
It was something like 1,400 or something like that.
It was something stupid, and it basically paid for me to reprint book 1, and I was just like, okay, that's a thing that happened. And now I've now reprinted books 1 and 2, and the original remaining copies of book 2 have been moved to a collector's edition type deal. Because I'm gonna go get. Hold on. While Moon does this, I'm gonna go first off make more tea, and I'm gonna bring something to show you guys this shit. I gotta show you this.
Yeah, I believe that night Moon literally logged in, saw the total, and then just immediately turned around and left and went to go get something.
I realized I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit the mute button, not the hang up button.
No, it's okay. You hit exactly the right button because it was more hilarious.
Yep.
But yeah, I was reading that and it's like, oh, he didn't understand people would go gaga for boob snakes.
You know what? I would also be in the camp of, okay, everyone's apparently in love with big titty vipers.
That's right, big titty vipers.
Yep, I don't get it.
I feel like it shouldn't be a
surprise.
No,
I mean, sorry, I get it implicitly. Big titty vipers are bae.
Aye. And when you consider their size comparison to their body size, they're basically D cups.
Friday can't come fast enough.
Most depictions are way above D. Way above
Friday
D.
can't come fast enough.
Look,
Chimera Squad needs to get here.
Fans will pump up the size of the boobies, but I mean, They're wearing
you've
a
got-
piece of armor on their chest.
You've got to remember that each cup on a breast size is a 2-inch difference between the measurement around the boob and the measurement around just underneath.
Yes, we are seriously talking about the
It's like a
Vipers
97
in
dam.
XCOM.
XCOM 2 Vipers. Everybody wants a boob snake girlfriend.
So here is
Viper waifus and Fallout win.
Here is the two versions of book 2 that have been printed. So it looks the same on the cover. Now I turn them sideways. And you realize how much thinner this new printing is. And this new printing has barcode on it. And this new printing has... Where's it at?
There's a bunch of text fixes.
It has a bunch of text fixes, but this is the most important part. It has a print edition number.
Ooh.
So what happens when I print the next edition is this 1 over here will be taken out, and you will only see 2 through 10. Everybody who got it before those got printed. It doesn't exist.
Yep. And 20 years from now, when this is like the number one selling book and it's outselling the Bible, the ones that have those books will be more valuable.
Yeah, it's outselling the Bible because the Bible printers can't get over the fucking paper.
Because the Bible printers get kicked off so we can print these.
That is the fact that it keeps happening is the part that gets me.
Oh no, I'm gonna share this with you.
The important part about this though is if I need toilet paper, I'm more likely to use the Bible than I am.
The important
Facebook,
part is
so-
that less Bibles are getting printed.
Hey,
yes.
I'll put it to you this way. The paper they use on the Bible is so thin and so, well, it would make good toilet paper.
Oof.
The problem is it's so holy. Yes, I made a dad joke. Get over it.
But
That's why I wasn't commenting, just sighing in disappointment.
The army of Fiaura has a new officer.
Fuck, Carl's in chat again.
Carl's doing it. He's sending people subs.
Hi, Carl.
The army of Fiaura has a new officer.
Ooh, and he's got a new subscriber to thank.
No, Kyle. I am.
Don't spill anything on it.
I am not an edgelord. I am an edgelord.
Also,
anyway,
no, Ben's RB, it was Carl gifting subs again, like all the subs. Like,
Yes.
hi, Carl.
Hi, Carl. How are you?
Carl's been at it again.
So the 48-hour books in Ohio has informed me that I now have to request my book printings at least a month in advance.
The army of Fiaura has a new
Because their number one customer, the Gideon Bible printers, the people who put Bibles in hotel rooms, sent a complaint about being kicked off of about their printing schedule being delayed 3 times now by me.
Has a new officer. Welcome, son.
I can see the headlines now. God displaced by ponies.
Please no. Please no.
I, for one, welcome our new colorful overlord.
And getting away from
I second
religion.
that, actually.
And getting away from religion. Moon, are you ready to go?
But Sleipnir, literally a pony.
Hang on, getting away from religion. Hang on, you've literally got a spiritualist character in the party. Just saying.
Your GM has just basically been going full-on druid in the past couple of weeks. I have so many plants.
And
I have potatoes that are alive.
I mean, Chifundo the shaman is effectively the closest thing you're gonna have to a wandering priest.
I mean, heck, he even has a convert.
Oh yeah, he does.
Not spoke to him for a few real life months, but
Fuck. Yeah, I completely forgot. Like, he'd always been a practicing shaman, but yeah, no, you straight up swayed him into your... Oh, man, that's great.
Oh, wait. We're talking about the that zebra shaman.
Yeah,
back
Magnetar.
in- What's...
yeah, that's the one.
Oh, yeah, him. He was cute.
Hi. This
course.
bag of hugs will
Of course you
hide
think the
all
random shaman is cute.
cold.
Hi, sorry, I am late.
Oh boy.
I mean, 3 weeks exist.
Hey, Martini needs to actually use that Slavonic song, Wandering
I
Eye.
need to copy.
Just know, Martini doesn't stick his dick in everything.
Bullshit. There's a pencil sharpener over there. I guarantee if I go test it right now, it's pregnant with marker light.
What do you mean? That pencil sharpener is broken, see? Someone hit it with a hammer or something.
And
Oh, so that's how he avoids playing child support. He kills the mother.
I agree. He doesn't stick it in everything.
I feel like I should insert the joke of "Don't flatter yourself, Martini."
Oh, does Martini do hammer time abortions?
Jesus,
No, that's clearly a quick stick thing.
That went from dark, slingshotted around a gravity well, and came back around a wall.
I'm sorry, that one went so dark it dragged a black hole with it.
That one went so dark we jumped up like 8 people in just a few seconds.
Yeah, up to 40 people. Well done, viewers.
All right. So, with my infinite and my wonderful map skills, I'm gonna pretend it's a lobby. You not have come, and that should be on.
I'm so immersed right now.
Shut up. Every time I would go to look for a lobby, I would get like the center of some giant mansion or a large hotel room or something egregious, something that doesn't look like the interior of a lobby of a fabrication plant. I've worked in a fabrication plant. It's like a dentist that also removes bullets. The waiting area, I mean. Anyways, this is just a screen that's slightly better than what was set up. I'll be tracing out a real bad map, but this way there's just pieces. Here, we'll move this down here. Let's see.
You need to spread all the ponies out social distancing.
Oh, right. 6 tiles apart.
Hey, Martini's off practicing a safe social distancing. He's miles away.
I think this is the first time I'm ever going to say this, and hopefully the last. This is a PSA. Please be more like marker light.
Jesus Christ, that actually got said.
That's a
only
wonder.
'cause he can fly.
It's a wonderful PSA.
It's amazing. Be like me for social distancing. Don't be like me for everything else.
And that's it. That full stop. No more. Let's see. Pile of dead ponies, pile of dead ponies, pile of dead ponies. That's a robot. And that's it. That's a small pile. That should be larger. But you reversed my death counter. You bitch.
I mean, what else are you going to do when you're traveling so fast you're breaking the space-time continuum?
Shit, you're right, though. And that's a room.
I had to do Mina's job and Quick Stitch's job and Chifundo's job.
That's a room.
No, you didn't have to do Chifundo's
That's a
job.
hall.
You chose to do Chifundo's job.
And that's a hall. And that's fine. And the dodge needs to be here. And Mina's there. And sunrise. Controlled by wandering sunrise. Cool. Sunrise, you can move your crafting mats around.
Yay.
Look, I'm sorry. I would try. There are just there are just no shitty dingy lobbies. But whatever.
I know this feel.
No one comes here for the stunning maps. And if you do, I'm so sorry. I'm genuinely sorry from the bottom of my soul. My Roll20 map skills are garbage. Anyway, it was rolling around. So, and how did thumb? All right. So the last thing you had gotten all the windows boarded up, the entrances sealed, the dumpster had been placed in front of a door. When Chifundo had basically had the window boarded up in front of him as he was watching. Oh, right, that's why I had that. One of the strange creatures just do something outside of the window.
Get struck by lightning and fly off.
Oh, yes, one of them flew away.
Oh, yeah, then that big fucker turned up.
Oh, yeah, the one all the way in the back. But yeah, a few hours had passed. Oh, you updated your token. Okay.
For the first time since we've ever started playing, I'm updating the token.
I just can't see it properly.
Working on it.
But yeah, before we go into any real time skips, I was hoping I could abuse the fact that I have previously astral projected to try and project myself to Martini to make sure he's okay.
No, the only thing I was saying, it wasn't a time skip. It's just that in the prepping up, the moving everyone around, and the boarding up, it's been about an hour since you'd got. Yeah, no, just that time has passed since you've holed up inside of here, but not a whole lot.
All right.
But I will keep that in mind. That you were going to attempt to shaman your way over to Martini. But before that, do you want to re-roll initiatives? I'm just going to leave the NPCs where they are because it doesn't much matter. A lot of you are welcome to re-roll initiatives if you'd like to. It's been some time.
It's the easiest way to fill up the turn order again, isn't it? Wow. That initiative there.
God, it never changes.
God. Should I roll since I'm off and God knows?
Well,
at the moment in time, no. And that's fantastic. God damn it, that one.
Sounds like Mythic got a little bit sleepy.
It's always been like this. Blade's never really felt it. He's always got.
Really? Bitch. Really? By 0.5? Really?
Gotta love those perks that give me an extra point of initiative for some reason.
Not even a full point. Half a point.
But and then Mina's half a point higher than her.
Yeah, but at least Mina rolled a whole number.
Those I'd say those drugs kind of take that edge off.
God, it's like fucking Jeopardy. If not fucking Jeopardy. Wheel of Fortune. I bet it's 500. I bet 501.
That's the Price is Right.
Thank you. They all blend together.
That one guy that always just bids $1 and ends up with.
That's the show that always reminds you to castrate your animals.
Seriously, you fucking Bob Barker, goddamn.
It's now Drew Carey.
I think the best justice I've ever seen on that show is where someone bid $568, the next person bid $569, and the price was $568.50.
Oh, that is great justice.
That was just like, wow, that man's whole career, bang.
I mean, sometimes instant karma is a real thing.
Also, Moon, I don't know if that's a lobby that works for you because that's a dentist's office that looks like it pulls bullets out on the side.
Carl, did you just fill the jar with gay unicorns to throw coins at them so they would fly on my floor and you would take the hat? Is that what you just did? Because it worked. Thank you. Thank you very much, actually. Thank all you guys. In the background, I hear Moon pounding another shot.
Right, push talk. No, not pounding another shot. Just sitting here and just enjoying the fact that my coffee now just smells like liquor.
Mine started that way.
You mean it's liquor with a hint of coffee?
No, because I use coffee liqueur, so it's straight up coffee with a hint of liquor. Anyway,
that's what I'm doing wrong.
Notwithstanding.
I'm actually using real liquor. Am I not supposed to?
Yeah, that's fine. That's one of the places that I looked at, and it was a bit nicer than I planned, but that'll do.
Coyote gay unicorns are worth not a lot. There's so many of them that they're floor carpeting now.
Alright, I put a shot of whiskey in my tea. Let's do this.
You heathen.
Alabama.
Of course you'd call her a heathen, you goddamn Brit. I'm sorry that you don't know how to make tea for large groups.
No, the harbor doesn't count.
Yes, it does. Totes.
I would like to point out that I just opened up a 12-year-old Redbreast, and I disagree with that concept because no Irish whiskey should reach 12 years old.
What the fuck are you talking about? There are people that would die for 15-plus-year-old whiskey.
Yeah, not Irish whiskey. Scotch, yes.
But Hetty, just think, that day when they dumped all that tea into the harbor, the fish got to drink sophisticated.
No, they didn't. You fucking heathen. You don't brew tea with cold water.
South.
You've never heard of the invention of ice brewed tea?
I was gonna say, you've clearly never heard of cold brew tea, my friend.
I'm just sitting here going Hetty, Alabama.
Heresy.
Fucking heathen.
Hetty, I know that a lot of British
we
tanks.
get it. You go to family reunions to pick up a date.
Hetty, I know a lot of tanks come with brewers.
Actually, my British wife does that. I just watch.
As much as she bristles about it, yes, that actually happened.
In the African desert, a lot of British soldiers had to brew their tea in the sun.
So the water wasn't cold.
And to top it all off, the Brits stole brewing tea from the Chinese, so get on their level.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means putting milk and sugar in is actually heretical as well, but hey ho. So, you know that sweet tea you Americans love? Yeah, that's heretical.
That's
That's not even tea at that point in time. That's sugar suspended in water.
That's sugar syrup with tea flavoring.
Best kind.
That's bad.
By the way, I can't stand sweet tea.
Thank you.
Of course not. You're from a civilized state.
Yeah, sweet tea.
Oh no, I spent 2 years living in Alabama and Georgia. They tried to pass me a thing of sweet tea, and I damn near puked.
I mean, when you
that's fair. Being from Alabama and having moved to the north, I can no longer stand sweet tea.
Yeah, because we finally instilled refinement and taste of beverages.
As a matter of fact, I can also no longer stand most sodas. For me to drink a soda, it has to be in a bottle and made with sugar, not corn syrup.
And Fee, you're not even trying to date relatives, so you see, you've become civilized.
My
Yeah,
wife,
you
on the
had to-
other hand,
You
immediately
had to
grabbed
tell
a
her
glass.
off.
My wife from England, on the other hand, immediately grabbed a glass of sweet tea, chugged it down, asked for another one, and then hit on my sister.
I
Yeah,
believe-
but she wasn't
I believe there was a couple of bottles of Smirnoff Ice in between there.
Yes, but she has the social. Yes, but she has the social graces of a literal fox that's been doped up on that much sweet tea.
Also, at that time, she was only your fiance, so it doesn't count.
Oh, by the way, Moon, I gotta go get a resupply soon. I'm all out of Death Wish.
It's good stuff. I need to get some too.
Sadly, I find that Death Wish lacks in like body of flavor. It's just caffeine with coffee flavor.
I tend to never just make straight coffee from one thing. It's just always blended between a couple of things. So, I mean, yeah, I found that too, and it's not the end-all, be-all. It's just decent for the amount of caffeine and the amount of coffee flavor.
It's to get you started. It's not to enjoy it. What are you talking about?
I mean, I've had other things that were similar in caffeine, and they just tasted like either watery coffee or just bad. Just bad. The flavor was bad.
Wow.
That's fair.
Fuck, it is? God damn it.
Well, the Death Wish helps unzombify me when I'm waking up.
Well, yeah, because copious amounts of caffeine. Like Starbucks wants Death Wish's recipe for how much caffeine they add to their coffee.
And then they'll
You
water
should
it
have
down.
caffeine or sugar.
No,
So,
caffeine.
Anyway,
Like,
shall we get
Yeah,
to the
we've
game
rambled
part?
about nothing.
Shall we get to the game part? Because we've gone on for about an hour and 20 minutes. I mean,
We're talking
people
about
are
this
entertained,
addictive
but
stuff.
That's not the impressive thing. The impressive thing is we've been talking for an hour and 20 minutes, and we still have a lot of people watching. Okay. I'm glad it's been a fun banter.
well, I mean, table banter is always fun. But
Yeah, that's fair. Anyways. So, we come back, everyone's...
You might want to sort the initiative order.
Oh no, you're on there twice. Okay, we don't need that one. 10, 13, 5, 14. Nyota with yet another 10.
I've accepted it's my lot in life at this point.
I mean, it's not
Nearly
the
11.
worst. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted.
At least you didn't not won your initiative.
All around me are familiar faces.
Shut up, anime protagonist.
I mean, to be completely fair, if I'd nat woned my if I'd nat woned it, Mythic and I would be doing a tiebreaker.
Oh god, that's
That
funny.
would've been fun.
Yeah, Nyota would have a 6-7-3.
Yeah, no, you just automatically win that, and it's not because you have a higher agility than he.
What?
It's just my luck is that bad. I'm
It's-
probably just gonna auto lose it.
No,
We go
it's
on
nothing to do with
agility.
luck. It goes agility perception.
Ah, yes, that is true, isn't it?
So
Yeah,
if you
so
have an
there's a
agility
chance.
higher than 7, you win. And if you have an agility of 7 and you have a perception higher than 5, or at the moment higher than 3, you win.
I have neither of those things.
Wait. What? Okay. All right. So ambling back around, As Soft-Spoken just continues to oscillate between the various rooms of this place, somehow she's never in the same room twice in what appears to be the same minute, and yet she is somehow simultaneously providing care for all of those who need it, while still fretting over two children and dissuading one of her foals that no, you are not allowed to get a cyber leg. I don't care if that sketchy stallion over in the corner says he can build you one. Don't take artificial limbs from strangers. She continues to just flit around and just be. She is here. She is Omnimare. She is everywhere and nowhere, like an electron.
She's that good medic on your team that actually manages to heal the entire team somehow.
Just fucking somehow. But that would bring it around to Mina and Chifundo. I'll say that you can set up. You could have been starting to set up the connection, and you can actually try and make some kind of establishment on your turn.
Yep, that sounds good.
Anyway, Mina, this place is pretty secure now. The windows have, by and large, been barricaded. Oh, right, that was the thing. I need to find it later. I'll do it at the break. I actually have pictures and dimensions of the actual size of the dumpster. I was just out. I saw the dimensions of the dumpster that I've been modeling this off of in my head. So we'll actually have, like, something that we can all look up to with a small reference, but someone was confused. I was out running, like I was running to the store and I just dumpster. Anyway, not the point.
I dare you to go paint eyes and a mouth on it, and then just somewhere on the side say Mina was here.
I will find googly eyes that big. I will find googly eyes and attach them with command hooks so it's not actually vandalism. It's an art project. Okay. But the storm doesn't appear to be stopping. It's still going on in full swing. The lightning strikes have died down a little bit, but the storm is still raging outside. You've gotten most of everything in. It's enough that you could work on things, or just simply set up. There's still the sound of things skittering around in the darkness. Every ounce of your Philly Scout training lets you know that this building is probably infested 7 ways to Sunday. But it's dry in here. The roof isn't leaking. And it seems to have been fairly untampered with. The seating arrangements inside are still intact. Cushions have had rot where the stuffing is, but chairs are still there. There's still tables. Largely, it's still as it was before the bombs fell, just far dustier and a bit more aged.
Well, make sure that everybody who has a weapon has their weapon out, and make sure that they have clean lines of fire. If they see anything coming at them, just cover each other. And
nobody has clean lines of fire. All the windows have been boarded.
No. I mean inside the building. I mean, if something comes skittering out, decides to take a bite of somebody,
99% chance to hit.
Yeah, they XCOM 99%.
Sweat profusely.
Those who are unconscious, I assume you do not attempt to rearm, but
No.
But yes, the town's ponies who have a weapon do have it readied. Those who do not are willing to try and use a pistol, but warn you that they're terrible shots.
Okay, well, wait till they're close range and then stomp on them if you have to. Or hit them with the gun.
They go attempt to take firing lines out the windows and realize that the windows are boarded and are unsure what to do.
No, the firing lines, like I said, are more for inside than outside. Keep the bugs at bay.
Mina, we desperately need Fallout level raid.
You see? What was I saying during downtime?
Wait, I'm so confused. What?
Bug spray.
God damn it.
I asked if it would be possible for Nyota and Mina to come up with Wasteland grade raid.
Raider, when you absolutely have to kill everything in the most ludicrous and sadistic way possible.
You just handed me a fat man.
Or, you just make a couple doses of the heaviest grade poison you can and load it into an aerosol container.
But think of the folds.
Poison builds character.
It is going to keep an eye out for anything that decides to come out and try and be a pain in the... she has her own version of raid. It's called laser guns to the face.
Make me a perception check. Also, as so far I'm not sure if anyone has gone to try and reestablish any kind of lighting. With the windows boarded up, it's pretty dark in here.
We will establish some kind of lighting. I know. We will find barrels and put wood in them and light them on fire, because that's what you find in all the Fallout games, except for they're always burning already.
And there's just randomly gore bags in houses. Alright. As you're looking around, you manage to find a couple of light switches. You find and try one that actually works with some lights in here. It's not much, but it's enough to see.
And we'll just keep an eye open for bugs. I'll just use a couple pistols. I got a couple ones I picked up from the last place to zap bugs if they're really, really big bugs and they got that glowing effect around them. And we will do our best to cover and assist the doctor, because we are a trained nurse. And then you can now go on to the 3.5 people if you wish.
With a perception of 9, you'll
actually technically it's
will
still 10.
see. Oh, right. Sorry. Thank you. With the success of 4 degrees, you will see things kind of skitter towards the corners of the room. At one point, as you're getting the town's ponies armed, you do see what appears to be a large rat kind of poke its head in, look up, hiss once, and head back into a hole.
As long as it doesn't come out and threaten anybody, we won't bother shooting it.
All right. Sunrise.
Sunrise looks over at Nyota. I know you're mad.
I'm coming to grips with things.
Do you want to talk about it?
At the moment, I'd rather make sure that your head wound is dealt with properly. So, stop moving.
Alright, I'll stay still if you start talking.
Alright, what are we talking about?
Why you're mad?
Well, 3 reasons are currently sitting and still breathing in the next room.
But this is different. You haven't had a problem releasing prisoners before.
Prisoners that attacked us for reasonable reasons. These people are paid murderers. As for the GM's note, cool.
I'm just putting it out there.
I mean... But where do we draw the line? Because I don't want to end up like Alguasil, where everything deserves a bullet in the head.
No, and in this case, they legitimately do. There's no questions about this. Once we figure out exactly what we need to know from them, we end them so that they don't attack innocent people in the future.
But how does killing them make us better?
Because we're not taking money for it. And we're removing them from the wasteland so that they can't harm other people.
You know, I could make them swallow one of these tracking devices and make them go somewhere where we know they have to behave, or we can always hunt them down later.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The catch and release program with these kind of scum does not sit well with me. That's why I'm mad.
Right, but what I'm suggesting, if Sparrow can straighten out Jackal, you think she could do it?
Jackal was a good person before Sparrow. He just had his vices and his excesses. These people are not good people.
I think the flophouse at the roof might have something to say about that regarding a broken bed.
Broken roof.
Bed.
He broke a bed.
Right.
Look, I'm sorry the dragon likes to get his fuck on.
Look, I don't like it either, but I can't bring myself to walk into the other room and just put a gun to their head and execute them at the same time.
You don't have to.
But if I let someone else do it, then I may as well have.
Who said anything about letting them do it?
Remember when we talked about how if you had the power to act and you didn't, you're just as guilty?
Yes, but that's why if you don't have the power to act, your hooves are clean.
What are you gonna do? Stick a shot of Med-X in my neck, knock me out, and go in the other room?
I never said I was going to do anything. You have my word that I'm not going to harm them.
What, let the rest of these ponies, some of which are still reading as yellow on our compasses, do what they want?
I feel like most of them are reading as yellow because they'd much rather just end them. As it stands, we've got nothing left to learn from them because, well, if we push them too much further, their heads will pop. And as amusing as that might be, considering what they tried to do to us, I'm not keen on trying to clean that up.
When my head feels better, would you be opposed to me going in there and talking to them? And let them try to convince me to not let the town's ponies put them on trial? Because we're going to be in here for a little bit until that storm dies down.
No, I would not be opposed, but at the same time, I would be concerned because you're making a decision for the people that were murdered, the people that these people have traveled with. This
No.
isn't your decision anymore, love. This is their decision.
No, it is kind of my decision, because they did try to kill me. They did put a anti-tank rifle to my head. That was the first thing they did.
But you already made your decision. You're willing to let them go.
I'm still not convinced that letting them go is the right decision, because I'm still convinced that it's going to come back and bite us later. But I'm also convinced that letting them go, but I'm also convinced that, you know, most of the other decisions I could possibly make are terrible.
Morally reprehensible?
Yes, that.
That's why I don't have a problem with that. Again, the angel needs to be the angel, but every angel has their demon. I've told you this before. And whether you want to, you want to utilize me in that particular aspect, the offer is there. And to be completely fair, even if the offer isn't there, I'll still do it.
You know I will never ask you to actually kill someone, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let me talk to them again after my head stops pounding. And then I'll talk to the rest of the caravanners and figure out what they want to do. As much as I don't want to watch them get lynched, that might end up being what happens. But in the meantime, I ask you very kindly to make sure none of them die during the night. Not asking.
I will not make that promise. We already are on strained supplies because of them. I am not going to waste valuable healing items trying to keep them alive.
Could you please check them to see if they have some healing items? At the very least. I'm not asking you to give them healing items.
Sunrise. This is where I will draw my line. I refuse to aid them in any way, shape, or form.
I wasn't asking you to aid them. I was asking you to
Even
check.
if it was to use their own materials on them, no.
Wasn't asking you to do that either. If our supplies are that strained, then maybe that you can use their materials to fix some of the strain. I wasn't asking you to violate your line. I'm asking you to go in there, see if they have healing supplies, and if they do, see if it can alleviate some of the strain that ours are under.
Sonny,
Yes.
love, you don't want me going in that room.
Okay. Okay, that's a fair point. Next person.
Chifundo, also, since that was that, Chifundo, go ahead. Do you think?
Clarification, Adagio, do you have a medicine of 60, or is that with a negative?
That's with the negative of 15.
God damn it! Please tell me he didn't just appear under a specific part of Martini's anatomy.
I would expect nothing less. need to actually think about this one for a hot second. Chifundo, do you mind if I come back to you later? Not later, but just in a couple of minutes.
Fucking wonderful.
Fucking mythic.
Moon, roll 20 speaking to you right now. Because not only did he roll 69, that healing roll for Sunrise's head via magical bandage puts her at 69 hit points.
Stop thinking
Wait,
about
what?
Nyota's dick.
Oh. Wait, where are you getting the 7d10?
Nyota has a medicine of
Base
75.
75.
So, it wouldn't be base, it would be the affected medicine, but that would only be you shaving off the last, because it's just the last digit I shave off if it's an overroll. That would literally only be you shaving it off by 1, and you having 69 head HP is funnier than being correct by a single hit point. But, okay, so Roll20 is speaking to me. Roll20 is apparently being all sorts of silly. God damn it, Roll20.
Roll20 is being thirsty.
Yeah, no, seriously.
I mean,
Jesus.
we are still on the heels of our April Fool's episode.
Dude, my life is a goddamn April Fool's episode. So the ponies are more or less taking stock of, and the griffins are more or less taking stock of everything. They're going over what they still have for equipment. They're tending to wounds. They're trying to get some food. Oh wait. Shit. That is not correct. There we go. The two smaller griffins have been keeping an eye over the foals, and Peregrine is largely just making his presence wherever. I'm not sure where you would have been, Mythic. There's a few rooms on on this ground floor landing. The town's ponies are assembling themselves, licking their wounds, and tending over what they've got. You would hear the soft sound of small arms fire as things would just occasionally shoot at, and they scream after a rad roach that's getting away, or the sound of a town's pony trying to club away a mantis. But all in all, it's relatively quiet, all things considered. There's a storm raging outside, but as far as you can tell, the inside of this immediate area, mostly safe.
Alright, well, things are quieted down and everyone's all settled in. He was going to take this time to kind of sort through the bounty cards in that clipboard. Mostly what he's looking for is, do any of these cards match up to any of the other ponies in this caravan? He's getting to the bottom of some of these things here.
Give me perception at a +4.
So glad I had that +4.
All right. So you take the time to go around, examine each of them as best you can. Would you look over everyone, the dead included?
The dead included as well.
All right. There's a pretty large stack. Some of them appear to be raider war bosses. Some of them are just independents out in the wasteland. There's some very specific cards. One's a large earth pony. One appears to be this noble-looking unicorn. It appears to be a very skilled and very old band, either old party or band of combatants. But the fact that in the pictures of each of them you can kind of see parts of the group, and when assembled it kind of forms a group picture. It seems to just be another group. Just different cards. Peregrine actually comes up with one of them, but it's a very small bounty reward. No one else that you can... No. Wait. Hold on. Yeah. No one else that you can see in here appears to have one. Yeah, one of the griffins, and that's... Shuffle,
Alright,
shuffle, shuffle, shuffle.
So what you're saying is, most of these towns ponies and other caravan goers are not part of their bounty. They are simply just probably ones she had randomly picked up.
Collateral damage, thy name be nameless NPCs.
Alright, so now that we know that they are just meant as collateral, the guys that we brought in, are they still awake, or did they? Or the one guy that he could possibly question, is he still awake?
Well, there's also, when you're still looking over the thing, there's also a small list of receipts. They appear to be contracts out to some of the independents here. Some are guard, some are protect, some are pull. But it appears that most of everyone who was traveling with the group was contracted or had some kind of written contract in some way, shape, or form. For what is largely a wasteland and a post-apocalyptic civilization, this mayor was weirdly preoccupied with crossing T's and dotting I's.
Well, we've got the who's and the hows. Now we have the why.
But what else did you say you were doing? Sorry, didn't cut you off.
If that one Earth Pony stallion that they were questioning earlier, if he's still awake and just kind of chilling, Blade might go over and ask him a couple of questions, kind of delving into just what the purpose of bringing all of these towns ponies along was. If they...
He is conscious, and he is largely just trying to be small.
Smoking a cigar, trying not to bring attention to himself. God.
Yeah, just hold up in the corner, trying to be as little of a target as possible.
All right, our dear sword horse healer is going to approach him.
He'll kind of scoot around. Oh, what? I don't know what you want from me. I told the others everything that I could think of. What? Look, if you're just here to kick me in the face, just get it over with. I'm trying to contemplate existence and write my last wills.
I try not to make it a habit to kick ponies in the face. I just wanted to ask you a few more questions to give me a little bit of context to this situation. The town's ponies here, the other caravan gunners, did you all know about them?
The lot of every... You mean everyone who wasn't us and you?
Yes.
Some were brought on as dumb muscle. Some were brought on for small amounts of protection. Some were largely just brought on to largely just be a ghillie suit made of ponies, so to speak. They were traveling with us, but some of them had been traveling for a while.
They were here to put on airs of y'all actually being a caravan.
So technically, we are actually a caravan? like Easy Somewhere's got all the paperwork and whatnot, but it is technically an accredited caravan. It's just new and up and coming and came out of nowhere. And I mean, we do haul a little bit of stuff, but no, largely it was just retire.
So a little bit of a side/pet project for her and you all. Nice simple caravan business.
You'd be surprised what having one of those passes will do when you need to get into a town.
Alright. So, did y'all plan on just murdering everybody and their dog along with Sunrise and them? Or were they just kind of, unfortunately...
No, the plan wasn't to butcher... No. Not every single one of those town ponies who came with us had necessarily signed up for a death warrant. It was just... Hopefully they... What, sorry?
I was just going to say that they were just... They thought they were getting into a legitimate caravan and were just generally here to do caravan business.
Well, hopefully they would just, in the heat of the moment, hopefully they would either hide or know which direction to shoot at.
Yes, and that worked out extremely well, thinking back to when everyone was just shooting at each other. What about the two main caravan guards that are unfortunately probably have seen better days, trying not to look at the pile of dead ponies in the corner?
He kind of lifts his head up. Sees the two fairly dead burly earth ponies. Oh,
They seem to have a
Tweedledee
better
and
idea of what was going on.
Tweedledee and Tweedledum over there. They were here to man the thing. The two of them were disposable, but to be fair, we'd hired them. They were gutter raiders before we found them. They were already dregs of society. The simple fact that we managed to get them to wear pants, not fling their shit, and speak with coherent sentences is honestly nothing short of a miracle.
They seem to be a lot more aware of what was going on. Something about no witnesses.
I have no idea what that was about, but I think that was the raider in them coming out.
No doubt. Or y'all's leader might have had something, maybe a plan B, ulterior motive with them.
That's entirely possible. The rest of us split off from them a while back, only keeping in touch with... yeah.
Alright, so how far along have y'all been setting this up? Or did y'all just happen to find Sunrise and her happy little gang wanting to get a... Moon, feel free to stop me at any point. He's trying to get a good picture of what is going on, what the intents were, and who all he could be, should be, shouldn't be trusted.
No, I was just taking a swig of water, realizing my throat was just disappearing. Can you repeat what you said? Sorry.
Yes. So, how long have y'all...
Right.
Did y'all set this up at all? Or did y'all just happen to find Sunrise and her merry gang of ponies? And he just kind of waves his lips in general because he's not going to say pony, zebra, drug scout.
He shakes his head. Did you find the merry gang of... checked sheet. Ne'er-do-wells and zebras. But he goes, no, we've this is a bounty card that's been around for some time. It doesn't necessarily specify, but there was see this person for more details, and largely no, this is something that had been going for a while.
Alright, interesting.
Rabid animals hop on their game and pounce for the kill. We're ponies. We're sophisticated. We have the ability to think and reason and use logic. There was planning involved.
So y'all were probably hunting them down for a while and just managed to have everything set up then. A shame we had to...
Yeah, we would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you pesky kids and that goddamn Earth Pony.
If it weren't for you meddling kids...
You meddling wastelanders and that fucking tanky Earth Pony.
If only Snuggles was still around.
So, by the way, Moon, I just checked. I have almost as much DT as an actual tank.
Wait a minute. Does this mean Mina is Shaggy?
That's fine. That just means that eventually you're going to come up with something that's just going to
speed is Shaggy.
peel the armor off of you like a fucking banana.
Who's Scooby?
I mean, Nyota already does that on a fairly regular basis.
Yeah, the only thing is that when Nyota's peeling the armor off of her, she's all like, ooh. When some wasteland horror is peeling the armor off of her, it's going to be shrieks of terror.
No. Hey, Moon. Here's the very first use of that meme template I got back. Have fun. It's an artwork dump.
I'm just gonna laugh if a lightning strike hits something.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that one a while back and was so confused.
I got it yesterday.
Did Inky make that? I think Inky made that.
Inky made the template. Von Holtz put those words on it.
So when are we going to see the evil clone of Nyota appear from a lightning strike?
What?
Or wait, would it be
Don't do not tempt fate.
Well, Nyota's the only thing that can get through that armor.
I don't know. A Manticore stomach did a pretty reasonable job of it last time.
So help me God, I'll stat up a Hasbro lawyer.
That's good, Moon. I already beat them.
You beat those, but what about the advanced lawyers?
Threat level black suit.
Moon, you do realize that you work for the company that makes the game. Just change the goddamn rules.
No, that's a dick move.
And don't forget, there is a Manticore wandering around with a fucking brain-enhancing helmet on her head.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there are very big and terrifying things in the wasteland. They're one of those things you'd have to seek out, and it's kind of like a bunch of what the hell are they called? The mobile defense force, something? I don't know. The point of the matter is, it's you size -5 versus this thing, a size 5. It's just it takes bigger shits than you.
Hi! This bag of hugs of high
There is one thing I do have to say about some of the earlier
Anyone else
comparisons.
think Merc's ANS assassinations
Snuggles
are more
was
respectable
basically our
than raiders
Scooby-Doo.
and slavers? And should be thought of as tools while the contractors
what?
are the ones guilty?
Scooby-Doo. Going back to if it wasn't for you damn meddling wastelanders.
Hell no. She was our Scrappy.
I guess that means you
No,
know what?
Scrappy was shit. I'm sorry.
We don't speak of him. We don't speak of him anymore.
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
Do not disrespect Snuggles by comparing her to Scrappy-Doo.
We're talking about how there's only Scooby-Doo and there was never another dog, ever. We don't talk about that.
What do you mean another dog? There's only ever been Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, anyways. But no, Mystic. Or Mythic.
So he kind of takes all that information and kind of thinks about it for a little bit. Is there something else you were going to say?
No, I mean, that was mostly it. Just
No, he'll just simply nod and kind of smile a little bit. All right, thanks. I think I have a clear picture of what's going on now. I'm not going to try to kick you in the face, and I'm not going to try to kill you or anything. Just don't do anything stupid.
he kind of magic heart splashes on the ground for a moment. I can't even scratch my own plot right now, so you're good.
All right, so here, Yeah, I know that's a weird question, but is there anything I can get you? I don't know.
No, but there is something that you can do for me.
And
I know I'm not in the position of any caliber to ask for that, but your zebra friend, the non-pink one, the regular, right? I mean, he had a green. The zebra that moved like a
grumpy one.
Yeah, the zebra that moved like a miasma of poison. He seems to take ire with my continued existence, as do, I think, the rest of everyone here. And the only thing I ask is that if he is going to kill me, that's fine, but you give me a moment to build that one full prosthetic, at least until he can get something fixed. This plan never involved kids. I don't know what happened, but this plan wasn't supposed to involve foals, and I'm annoyed that it did.
Makes me wonder if your leader has other things going on. Alright, although I think half of your problem there will not be Nayada. I think it's going to be more along the lines of convincing their mother that prosthetics are... Something is probably her going off in the background again about...
Somewhere in the background, soft-spoken, just quantum shifts between realms. In the way that only a mother can.
God damn you, quantum entanglement. Or quantum theory.
Chifundo. Mystic, are you mostly done? Do you need to... Did you want to keep chatting with him?
No, that'll be it for now. He'll probably mention that he'll try to chat with her about it. Maybe convince her to let the foal have, I don't know, something like a peg leg or something to help him get around in for now until he can get a regrown limb, but he doesn't promise.
The Earth ponies. It's nothing fancy, and it can't be anything fancy. There isn't anything fancy around here for me to put together with, but just something.
I mean, there is electronics in the caravan. Alright, I'll do what I... Out of character, there's also a butt plug in there, too. I'm still not quite sure what I'm supposed to do with this information.
You hold on to it.
Oh, okay.
You put it away someplace deep.
Someplace
Really?
safe.
Alright. Chifunder, are you back?
I certainly am.
Alright. So you're trying to reach out and find Martini.
Indeed.
So as you're reaching out with your consciousness, trying to find your partner, the magic storm is proving incredibly difficult to project yourself through. And in all honesty, you said you're astral projecting, yes?
Yeah, I'm trying. Like I say, officially don't have the skill, but I've already done it, so I'm bullshitting my way into it.
Yeah. And being outside your body, you notice that the conditions are far more treacherous. The air that was before just a swirling mass of dark gray storm clouds and decent cloud to cloud and cloud to ground lightning has now been replaced with the actual essence and embodiment of that storm. You see up above you, you can't tell if it's one giant mass or one giant mass made up of countless smaller masses, but you see the truth of the storm, the fact that it is just a giant amount of spirits of magic made together. They seem to be discharging ambient energy, too many of them in one place, screwing with the reality of things. But the air itself is charged with a similar energy. It's honestly, it feels like you're moving through water to get past this. Give me... Will save, please.
Oof. Okay.
You're able to kind of spiritually muscle your way through it, but it's still very thick moving through the air. The bolts don't seem to... It's less that these are bolts of lightning and more that they're just projections of energy from the spirits. They largely seem to be giving you a pass, but the ambient strikes are still enough to spark and hit you. Not enough to disrupt or alter, but you can still feel the essence of change, the winds of magic. It takes a while for you to press through, and you're not able to get a really solid look on anything, but you're able to trek to the location and trace Martini down. You swim your way over the field, past a mountain, over a small opening, and after moments or hours, you're not sure, you're never sure, not when you're like this, but after a period of time, you make your way upon what appears to be a very broken down and derelict trailer park. There are some units that still seem alive. There's a central, what appears to be the main office, or perhaps a maintenance office, you're unsure. But there are some that are burned out, some that seem destroyed, some that there was something there, but it's just been destroyed and ripped apart by time to now just being essentially an empty spot of scrap. It doesn't appear that any kind of destruction truly befell upon this area, just time and ponies.
The
As
wasteland.
you pull your... What? Sorry.
The wasteland.
Yes, indeed. As you continue to draw your way closer, there seems to be not a sensation warding you off, but I mean, to quote Chifundo, just a strong sensation of bad juju. Not bad juju, but bad juju. You see or can make out the presence of marker light in the trailer park. You can make out the presence of a couple of different entities, but for whatever reason, you do not seem to be able to enter the grounds of the trailer park.
Why do I already sense that because marker light is red, it's only natural for him to go to the trailer park where rednecks gather?
He's not playing a banjo, I swear to Christ.
Chifundo, please make me another shamanism check to properly identify what's going on.
Sure. Ooh. So
you aren't familiar with the magic behind it, but you know that this was definitely set up by some kind of a unicorn. And given the soft interlacing of magics and some of the other different elements, combined with some of, at least onto the real world, you can see what appear to be some tokens and totems, tokens, trinkets. There appears to be some kind of ward around this area. Please make me a perception check.
Perception. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
The sign, "This is an Earth Park," the sign, "This is a pony-only trailer park," also kind of tips you off that there's probably some wards here.
Holy shit, Moon, did you have to make it that realistic? Racist trailer park?
Okay, Moon, is there really a banjo in there that Martini could be playing?
Martini, roll luck.
I mean, is this a relatively recent sign, or is it from back in the day?
This sign is fucking faded. The trace amounts of memory magic that are memory spirits and whatnot that are there are very faded. They're made a definite imprint, but they're faded. Most of these wards are faded. Most of the magic around this area is faded, and you figure that you're strong. You figure that you're a big enough dick shaman that you could probably punch your way through here if you tried. But you aren't 100% sure, and even with that 10 on shamanism, you aren't 100% sure what's going to happen if you pop this bubble. But you know you could probably do it.
So, I mean, circling around... Sorry.
I was trying to swallow a french fry when you said big dick shaman.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have
GG Moon.
Hold on. Which big dick shaman?
The one who actually has shamanism, or has shaman as one of their traits.
Oh, dear. So, I presume that the barrier or the field is pretty sort of uniform. There's no significant gaps or anything like that in it.
Yeah, it's decent. It seems to follow a physical barrier of just a fence around the perimeter, but no, there aren't any large gaps or obvious. There's small spots where it's weaker and stronger, but no, there aren't any actual gaps.
Is it a natural shamanistic barrier, or is it more of a just kind of a warding sensation that I'm getting?
What do you mean?
Is this something I can sort of interact with, or is it just something that stops me but otherwise is not really sort of...
It is a metaphysical barrier that will physically stop your spirit.
Cool. Out of interest, what happens if Trifundo just taps it?
What happens if you tap a fence? It is a little tingly. But no, there isn't an electric shock. There aren't just shotgun turrets that come out of nowhere.
Hey, we're talking about unicorn magic here. I wouldn't put it past some redneck to have ripped that up.
No, it is not highly advanced Green Lantern tech.
So what? We don't see some spiritual gun turrets with banjos pop up with apple emblems.
Look, it's not Deliverance. It's just, you know.
It's Nipton if it was less on fire.
Yes, it's less on fire Nipton.
Well, what to do?
By the way,
you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna channel at this thing and see if I can actually break this this barrier.
Okay. Do you have any perks or traits that will give you a bonus or allow you to make some kind of variation?
see, not sexual in nature, not.
No, you
oh my
you
God, this
can't
thing-
you can't arouse. It does not matter. You can't trick the barrier into letting its guard and skirt down.
Not something empathy helps with, not something that dealing with mutant creatures helps with.
That might have worked if they actually had a.
Ooh. Did I really? You are at peace with yourself and can tap into that peace to keep
Hi,
moving
hi,
forward
hi.
to your
This
goals
bag of
whenever you
hugs
will
with
be subjected
$5.
to.
Hold.
I am imaging it's more of West Virginia style.
Did I really retake Unwavering? I forgot I did that. I've got Unwavering, if that helps.
That might.
And there's also, I mean, does the cloak apply at the moment? Because I'm not, my body's
Spirit of
wearing
Life
it, my
cloak?
spirit isn't. Because that's on my physical body, not my.
I mean, you'd keep any buffs to Spirit Affinity. It's still kind of tethered to you, but no, you're not physically wearing it.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that Unwavering probably kind of ties into it, but other than that, not really. You're at peace with yourself.
Yeah, I'm
and
looking
can
at it.
tap into that peace to keep moving forwards towards your goals.
Yeah, I'll allow it to apply for this.
Because I
Go
presume
ahead,
there's going to be
so-
some kind of backblast from this.
Yeah, so go ahead and make me a Spirit Affinity roll.
Hey, Hetty.
Yeah.
Someone would like to submit this meme as an option for the fence.
Bear with me. I'm just trying to remember. Okay, so my general spirit affinity is 6. Okay.
Okay, so add the +2 to that. So you are hitting this with an 8. You are trying. You need more than just a bare success. You didn't roll that right.
No, I don't think so. Okay, let's just roll it base.
Yeah, just get rid of the exclamation, or get rid of the equal sign, and that would have rolled perfect.
It's a 2.
Okay, that beats the degrees of success that you needed. Because of Unwavering. Neat. Okay. So unsure of what you do, how do you just kind of put your hooves against it?
Yeah, I kind of put my hooves against it, kind of do that thing where you kind of tap around, like when you're tapping a wall looking for the weak point to smash.
You're feeling up the wall.
Yeah. So as you feel so largely yes, as you cop a feel on the wall and try to find where it's a bit weaker and more vulnerable than other spots, you're able to find a couple of spots to place your hooves, and channeling the innate spiritual energy inside of you, you are able to shatter a portion of this barrier.
So that makes 4 phrases tonight I never thought I'd ever hear us utter. Starting with, you are feeling up a wall.
Innuendo's fun.
This is after rolling a 69 to get all of this started.
Innuendo's fun if you do it right. Otherwise, it's just creepy. But yeah, so you're able to channel and essentially shatter a portion of this wall. The shock it sends sends a resonance wave through the rest of it, and you can tell that the barrier is going to be
Bo Chica bow wow.
damaged for quite some time. And with this open up, you are able to, and with that barrier cracked, you will not necessarily able to travel inside the buildings. You're able to tell which one Martini is inside of.
Cool. I mean, I'm gonna try and approach it just to see.
So as you approach the center, you're drawn to the large middle building. You're able to make out that Martini is inside of a room, but with the but there's your words. Fuck Christ. As you break that barrier, your two things become aware. One, that that aura of bad juju-ness seems to be centered on, seems to be coming and emanating directly from largely that center building, but there are a couple of the radiant trailers that also have some of those same energies. Also, Martini is in the center building.
Makes this realization, face hoofs, and continues towards him.
But with this open, you can make out actually a decent bit of life energy, some from ponies, some from just critters. But make me another shamanism check.
Cool.
I'm in danger.
Yes, Ralph, you are.
This is fine.
Wait, there's a possibility Martini could get ganked?
I mean, there's a possibility Twitty could get ganked.
Quick, Martini, seduce it!
But Twitty's
On it.
not, but I'm not in danger. Martini's the one who's in danger from strangers.
We gotta keep
Hold
that
on.
busy long enough for Chifundo to help save.
If I have to seduce the darkness, Moon, what's the roll I need to make to seduce the darkness?
Considering the darkness is an old band made up of largely effeminate British man, probably pretty low.
Just make sure you gag the screecher. Please.
I'm half tempted to make that roll now.
So let's see. So bad juju kind of coming from a few places, but mainly that center building, which is where Martini is. Yeah, I'd like to try and approach if I can.
I think he's getting alcohol.
Either that or he's forgot his button again.
I have forgotten my button again. That's 45. Yeah. There seem to be some different energies at work going on in here. Definitely some oddities, more than you expected to come from what appears to be a beaten down park. But yeah, as you make your way closer, it's a lot stronger coming from the center building.
Right.
As you're about...
Warning! Warning! Stream tip overload! All hands, prepare for exploded broken Fiaura.
As you're
in
about
5,
30 yards
4,
from it, the
3, 2,
air becomes
1.
thick again. It
Detonation
has
imminent.
the similar sensation to
time for
the
the
choking
Chifundo finds
energy of
Martini and over his head show.
the magic storm. But worse, there seems to be a choking sensation to it, and despite being a spirit, it still makes you cough. It's thick, it's heavy, it's fetid.
Okay, getting concerned now.
I mean, you're also in literally spirit form, so.
Yeah, but I mean, this is I've literally crossed about quarter of Equestria with other ponies in tow doing this, and
and there are other places where you would have probably had similar effects, but didn't go ghost.
Yeah. The fact that this place is getting to the point where I'd almost say I'm being actively resisted by the air itself. I'm guessing that's what you're kind of getting at with choking, rather than it being a literal threat to me.
It's more that the air. It's more that you can sense that the air is kind of noxious.
Yeah.
I'm trying to describe it, but I'm failing to find the words, which is a pity.
He's trying to force his way into an
essentially, yeah, at this point in time, it essentially feels like you're just walking into spiritual smoke.
Okay. All right. Still a little bit concerning, but I'm going to still try and continue to approach where I'm sensing Martini.
You can approach.
As I get to the edge of the building, I'll kind of... As this seems to be one of the focal points of this, I'm kind of going to walk around the building, scoping it out first. Spiritually, obviously, in as much real world as I can, while in spiritual form. And that's a bit of a rope.
That sensation is stronger lower to the ground than it is in the second story. Coincidentally, you sense Martini in the second story, not the first.
So Martini's in the slightly less concerning part of the building.
You also notice that most of the windows seem to be boarded up from the inside, and a little from the outside.
Okay.
He can just float through the walls, can't he?
Yeah, but he's going around the building and kind of taking it all in. This building has definitely been turned into someone's personal residence. It's got some personalized charms. There's somehow a couple of those flamingo statues. You're not sure how they're here, but you've seen them everywhere.
Yeah, I know the ones you mean. The ones that will somehow survive the apocalypse long after every last playground has rotted into the dust.
Precisely. There's some trappings on the front porch that make it appear lived in, but the door is fairly heavy, and even then, you're pretty sure that there's still at least a weapon on the front porch. Chifundo, roll luck.
God damn it.
There are no gnomes.
Thank fuck for that. Okay, so first I'm going to float myself up and stick my head through the wall about where I think Martini is.
Okay. Go off that same luck. You kind of poke your head through, and there's a little bit of a tingle as you stick your head through the wall, but you stick your head through the wall, and there's a Martini in there. It's fairly dim in this room. Even with the spirit sensation, you can still tell that it's seemingly dimly lit.
Martini left the lantern on.
Oh, I thought you turned. Okay. Never mind. It's quietly illuminated. There appears to be. This is some kind of a remodeled bedroom. There's a lump in the bed, and there's Martini just kind of sitting there with like a bump on a log. I don't know. Martini, are you just sitting there, or are you sort of been later in the evening?
He's still in the process of cleaning his sweater, cleaning off that section of his chest plate and muttering something along the lines of, "When I get back, I'm going to have to tell Sunrise that her armor can't hold up to a goddess damned rat."
Ooh.
Okay.
I just
Okay,
want to remind
so-
you that that rat was the size of a pony.
It still punched his front chest.
Anyway, the lump in the bed, is that another pony?
It appears to be another pony, but they've managed to kind of hold themselves up. You can't really make out any details aside from just a pony-shaped lump.
Okay, Trifundo will fully step into the room. With having that tingling sensation, kind of check himself over and look around, see if there's any markings or fetishes that might be responsible for it.
Give me a perception.
Can Martini see Chifundo since he could see him last time he did this?
Chifundo, you can't make out anything in this room.
I mean, apart from the fact that I've just kind of randomly spiritually appeared in the room and not made any motion to get your attention.
Martini, I'm just going to say sure for the sake of convenience.
But yeah, failing that perception, my next move would be to move up to Martini and tap him on the shoulder from kind of slightly behind in the hopes to make him jump kind of way.
Martini looks up as you're about halfway across the room. Blinks. Blinks again. Reaches up, flips his eye patch up.
Waves.
He doesn't audibly say it. He mouths.
We'll walk up, give you a spirit hug, and obviously not wanting to disturb whatever pony's in the bed, ask him if he's okay.
Just so you know, Martini's responding completely silently at this point, but yes, I'm fine. What are you doing here?
I came to check on you, make sure you were okay. The spirits are going crazy with the storm.
I figured something was up. I didn't want to risk flying back.
No, you're best staying here. There are pony magic is doing strange things today.
Yeah, might be my host. He's a bit, odd.
Yes, you know this place is heavily warded against anything, against my kind. I mean,
Blinks. It's an Earth Pony community. And a trailer park.
no, this is unicorn. Pretty decent stuff. I mean, it's faded over time, but when the unicorns first set this up, it would have been some pretty strong magic.
Shrugs slightly. I've heard of some pretty strong rednecks before. Pegasi, unicorn, and Earth Pony included.
I'll shrug. Also, the aura of this place is wrong. And I don't just mean from the warding. I feel like there's something else here.
Martine's gonna look down at the floor for a moment. Where is it coming from?
I don't know as of yet. The main focus seems to be somewhere in relation to this building, although some of the trailers also have it. But I do know the wrongness is stronger as you go down. Up here, it's not so bad. Next floor down, it's more. There's more of it.
He frowns. There's a meat locker or something like that in the basement. The owner of this building said not to go in it. That might be the source if you're going to go look for it.
Okay.
And Dale.
I'll do that. You be careful, my love, just in case I upset these people.
Turns, slips on the tactically sexy sweater, grabs his helmet.
Chifundo, roll charisma.
I was going to roll willpower to not swoon.
Then
Okay.
roll willpower -2, as there is Martini. You'd be able to see it slightly. There's a spirit that seems to energize as you put on the Virgin Killer sweater.
Oh wow! Jesus. Yeah.
Chifundo, you fail to be more power. Hold on, I need to roll its willpower. I guess it's spirit affinity.
The spirit of lust is about to do some shit.
Hell yeah, is it?
It was at this moment that Chifundo realized that he and Martini could occupy the same body at the same time, and there was a closet nearby.
That is less degrees of failure than your nat 10. And so, yes, Chifundo, there's a strong sensation and just overwhelming presence of lust and horniness, and just a quiet sense in your head that just lets you know, hey, if he's willing, you could go into his body.
I mean, I've played that scene a few times in Corruption of Champions. Just saying.
Okay, so spiritually cut to black? I'm so confused.
Sounds like I mean, I've monopolized time for a bit as well, so yeah, let's cut to somebody else. I'll further my adventures next time round.
I was about to say, there's also another body in the room to occupy.
It's either got to be willing. It's either got to be willing, or I've got to subdue it. At which point, is it actually
Hi.
Look, before this turns into the same ethical questions that get raised in Patrick Swayze's Ghost.
Before this turns into the ethical question of, if I possess someone's body to have sex with someone else, is it rape? Let's move on.
Yeah, let's dodge all moral quandaries. Scopola Mina, it's your turn. Please go peddle drugs.
Peddling drugs is the more morally savory occupation.
This is completely not fair. I can't go on after that.
Dude, Scopola, do you need a moment to gather yourself?
Yeah, go on to somebody else.
This is the first time I've ever thought that, being a drug dealer would be the more ethically sound occupation than everything else we were discussing.
The Geneva Convention Breaker has nothing on what just happened.
God damn it, why is the spirit of lust following Chifundo's spirit, though?
It is, but no, because the spirit of lust lives on Chifundo's dock. It is a spirit. It is physically able to. He hasn't removed it. Chifundo hasn't tried to spray spirit begone on this thing, and largely just goes around everywhere with a sentient butt plug.
If I could have
all you adult ponies are a bunch of twisted, sick perverts.
Okay. So what you're saying is, anyone that
Vital just threw gay unicorn duct tape at me.
So anyone that looks at Chifundo, they don't have spiritually awakened, but they can still see a pink.
His
piercing
tail
of
is
some-
extra pink.
And yes, occasionally it does blink when the spirit feels
Chifundo,
like
did you
getting
take off your
people's
clothes
attention.
before you did this?
Probably not. I mean, that cloak is.
I'm just making sure. So the cloak is tinted.
He's got the cloak of protection.
Yeah, yes. The cloak is blaze pink. Actually, no. It's Spirit of Life. So that cloak is...
Isn't it normally green for life?
I think so. Yeah, so you are just like essentially T-posing across the wasteland through this storm with your blaze green cloak emanating life magic, while there's this hot neon pink spirit of lust that's bound to your tail, and you're just essentially cosmically T-posing through a spirit or through a fucking magic storm.
He's literally big dicking his way through the magic storm right now.
Stop having your special effects done by Bethesda.
My ability to tell a story is not in my Roll20 skills, it's in oration.
I'm going to ruin the moment because I know Linzabi was trying to bring up the town of cannibals because of they're off doing something else. Yeah. That doesn't work because eating martini is not cannibalism. He's not a pony, he's a turkey.
No, but I'm just saying Sky Turkey might be the guest of honor for dinner. As dinner.
What? No, they don't have 11 herbs and spices.
Plus, he'd give them heartburn, let's be honest. Especially after the flamethrower thing last.
He's already cooked, guys. Let her rip.
Martini
I'm going to go for a bio.
He's going to taste terrible after cosmic sex.
Please don't drag the entire house into just some kind of an orgy.
Hey,
Oh, God.
Martini. Martini, last week, didn't you eat some meat stuff?
He ate around the meat. He specifically stated... Actually, I'll tell you exactly.
You still ate the broth.
Yeah.
Anyway, please, God, someone either just like grab a hold of the narrative, or we're going to cut to commercial break because this train of thought has been stopped. Was he seized and raided by bandits and is now left to go on its merry way with no call?
No, then it was taken over by rapists.
Well, in that case, since
hi. This
Mina
bag
doesn't
of
want
hawks
to take
with
her
$5.
turn,
Let's
I believe it'd be
go.
on Sunrise.
I think the meat was
or
pony.
Naida.
Yep.
Please give us some tragedy to go along with this.
I would say or Chifundo, but I'm going to say as GM that his turn has largely been skipped next turn.
So, Sunrise?
Working on it. Conversation at 2, 4, 6.
I was going to say, so currently the random ambling towns ponies are just proceeding to go around and try and round up what rat roaches they can, any of the rats, set some traps, patch some holes up. They're largely going about trying to turn this place into some kind of slightly homey place, despite the fact that there's a raging death storm of magic outside.
Sunrise turns to Nyota. Nyota, do you get scared when I get shot?
He looks pensive for a moment and looks towards her helmet. Usually, no. Usually I know that your armor is going to stop it.
So...
There's a part of me that doesn't care about them because of how close they came to taking you from me.
She kind of presses her hoof up against her head, checking the bandage to see if it's wet. So, when...
Bats her hoof away.
When I went down, did you... Did you get scared?
Yes. And angry.
Because I think I've been thinking about this a little too much from my perspective and not yours. And that's not fair.
Well, you can thank what you've done for the reason that one of those individuals
Hi,
is
hi,
still
hi. This
breathing.
bag of hugs for $5. Hold!
So, who gets to be the VA for Chafundo's butt plug spirit?
Out of character. Bones, entirely inappropriate time to do that, but I'm not hiring a VA for Chafundo's butt plug spirit.
We've only just come down from that one.
Wow! Even the audience is getting persuaded.
So,
Are you kidding?
So even when I've broken my legs and busted my ribs and at one time I broke my nose, you not scared.
No, because those I can fix. I can't fix dead.
I only know one pony that can fix dead, and he's not here. And I don't want to find out if he was over-exaggerating or not. But okay, I'll keep that as a note. Don't go down unless I tell you I am beforehand.
He tilts his head a little bit confused. You know, usually I'm the one to initiate.
Oof. Not tonight. I don't think my head could take it. But no, I meant don't go down unless I'm doing it on purpose. And you know I'm doing it on purpose. Because
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to elaborate. What do you mean go down?
when I've broken my legs, when my ribs were broken, and when the griffin busted my nose, I was still standing. When I got shot in the head, I fell over. I think that's the difference here. You were worried because I actually fell over. I was done.
No, I was worried because for a moment there, for just a moment, EFS couldn't find you. For a moment, I didn't know whether or not I was going to be coming back to finding Sunrise or something wearing her body. I was terrified that I was going to have to do something that I can't come back from.
No, I get it now. I get the difference. I wasn't understanding entirely the difference in that lot and, say, and the Enclave or the Raiders or the Goddess with a Gun or any of them. I wasn't understanding the difference until now. I scared you. That's the difference. And now your desire makes sense. Because if the same thing happened to you, I think I'd have the same reaction. And I think no matter how well I hold my morals or I hold myself to try, I couldn't be better in that case.
But here's the difference. You'd still try. I don't want to try. I want to make them hurt the same way they made you hurt.
Okay, that's a bombshell from Mina. Mina is scared when Sunrise gets shot. Most bullets bounce off Sunrise. She's afraid it'll hit everybody else.
She's right, you know.
That's fair. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know that there's too much to be thanking me for aside from just mending wounds and staying far enough
Hoof
away
to the
from
mouth.
them that...
Did you just reverse Nyota?
Yes. I meant...
He scrunches his muzzle to one side and kind of furrows his brow. It's like, huh, so that's what this is like.
She looks at him. I meant, thank you for helping me understand. Thank you for humoring me to understand. And thank you for being honest. Then she removes her hoof. And also, yes, that's what that's like.
Well, with that, Nyota's going to do a double check of her bandages and her injuries and just making sure that everything is still as close to normal as possible, considering, before breaking out his simple alchemy set and beginning to work on some things.
Oh, hey, I can help again. What are you going to try in alchemy?
He is going to try and alchemy some wall crawling paste.
Okay. So changeling mode engaged. You can do some dumb stuff with wall crawling paste. All right. Do you have advanced alchemy?
No, unfortunately, being a zebra says that can just come up through gameplay.
All right. Have you... Go ahead and make me an alchemy check. I'll say Granny Yeet, in just the collection of shit that she gave you, there were just some assorted alchemy recipes.
That is 5 degrees of success.
Where am I? Do you have blue herb? Do you have the plant?
No, remember I passed the plant off to the roof.
Shit. All right. Do you have
However,
a blue herb?
I do have one blue herb.
Do you have 2 green herbs?
I have 17 green herbs.
Well, fuck me running. Do you have any additional blue herbs?
No, unfortunately, I only have the one. However, I do have 5 red herbs, which probably wouldn't work.
So you can try and jury rig it out of different ingredients, but even on a successful creation, it still might have some unintended side effects, a la Morrowind potion crafting. That said, you can go and try and scavenge, either inside, out here. I'll let you make a check to try and attempt to find some. If you're trying indoors, it's at a hefty penalty. If you are feeling daring and try outside, it's a luck check.
Also, just bear with me for a moment.
Well, for the time being, Nyota is going to check indoors within the locations that he might know. You know, making a survivalism roll.
I could have sworn I had some herbs on me. I apparently don't. Oh well.
Does Mina?
I was just looking. I think I used them.
A shaman without herbs is like a day without sunshine.
No, drug mule Mina, you failed us.
No, I didn't. I made drugs out of them.
Also,
Shit, you're right though.
Lanzabi, a day without sunshine. Welcome to the wasteland. It's always cloudy because the Pegasus shut off the sky.
Yeah, it's cloudy with a chance of murder.
Imagine having this cloudy with a chance at meatballs.
In the electric boogaloo list, there is 11 green herbs, 6 red, and 11 blue.
Lanzabi, if you want to bring that up, then I'm going to give you Moon's existential crisis. If there are meatball subs, this implies the presence of meatball doms.
It just...
And you know what? Just for filler,
this list can't possibly be up to date. It lists that there's Summer Night, and I know that you use that all like a crack whore.
But
yeah,
in the
there was doubt
meantime,
there's 12, but we've not used any herbs, I don't think, for a long time.
Anyways, sorry, no, I didn't mean to. Please.
No, this list is up to date. All of those herbs exist, and that is the amount of stubbornite I have lying around I haven't used yet.
okay, but anyway, the point here is Moon, what would be the survivalism malice?
Okay, the penalty for survivalism indoors, there are 2 rooms I need 3 survival rolls. 2 rooms are at a minus 50. One of them is only at a minus 30. And this is only on the first floor, so you can check again as you go up.
So there's the first room at a minus 65 because minus 15 from sanity.
So, you gonna keep rolling, or you just gonna stop there?
I mean, you never know when herbs are going to be useful.
So on the ground floor, he finds one room that is apparently just like a grow lab.
So we're gonna go in opposite order.
Okie dokie.
So not counting the common room where most of the prisoners and the town's ponies are stationed, or this room. Checking the couple of other rooms. Checking through this one room, there appears to be nothing in the cabinets, nothing in the cupboards, but you do find some other supplies, just not what you're looking for. There's another room. There's another room over here. There's things in there, but it doesn't appear to be anything of use. And following back through some of the rooms, you come to what appears to be an employee locker room. Or lobby, or something. You're not sure, but it just says employees only, and inside you find, some rows of lockers. There's kind of a pungent smell in here. It wet, kind of dank, musty.
That bodes well for growing plants, but not well for lungs.
Do you have anything over your mouth as you open the door?
As he opens the door, no. However, when he gets the hit of pungent aroma, he's going to quickly reach back and pull the hood around to form a makeshift fabric mask.
Okay. Give me a poison roll real quick at a +10. Because I can't think of any other roll that would suffice.
Give me just a moment.
Mm-hmm. Without the equal sign.
Failed the check.
Okay. As you reach in, take that initial whiff, there's a kind of a sharp sensation. You feel some irritation to your nose, but as you pull the hood around, it doesn't get any worse. And it's not a detriment. You just have a irritation to the nose.
Kind of a hay
Bit of
fever
a
type
sniffle,
irritation.
It will impart a -1 to scent-based perception checks.
Okay.
But no, so you react fast enough. What do you have for a helmet? What do you have for the rest of your head?
For the rest of my head, I have the lightened combat helmet.
Okay. You got a hood. Anything else?
No, he doesn't have any eye protection.
Okay. That's fine. It's not anything DOT, but the air is a little bit wet in here, so thankfully you don't have the 4 eyes trait either, or you'd need to take off your glasses. It's not exactly a garden or anything. There appears to be, as you round the corner and kind of go to the back set of lockers, here. Shitty drawn maps. Shitty drawn maps. This is not to scale in any way, shape, or form. So,
oh god, mutated foot fungus.
bear that in mind, as my drawing skills are the worst.
No worries.
Okay. Nyota. Oh, wait. Let's blow that up slightly. Yeah, it looks pretty good. So you would be, yeah, in there. So make your way up to here, please. All right. It hooks either way. You can. There appears to be some kind of growth coming from over this way, but this area is still. The area is still kind of musty and something over here. You also hear the soft chittering of insectoid feet.
Now I'll kick on his pip buck light because he's just actually getting pretty good at that.
Yep. I'm proud of you. You're learning. So which way, left or right?
Well, he'll start with whichever way the growth is coming and fairly obvious.
Okay. So over here, kind of tucked away into one of the corners. Give me a perception check. With the pit buck light, it'll alleviate the insanity penalty.
Hot damn!
Fantastic! You get everything. Don't worry,
Nice.
a nat 10 wouldn't have screwed you out of that 4. By the way, not that it matters.
No worries.
Not that it matters. So as you're looking it over, you can clearly tell that it definitely looks kind of equine in shape. The massive mold and plant life looks, but giving it a quick once over and just kind of looking at it with your wasteland eyes, it seems pretty obvious that whoever or whatever was at the epicenter of that mass was killed a while back with how the lump is kind of placed. There are multiple plants, some organisms kind of growing out of the biomass that this has created, but it's divergent of sorts. There's some different molds or some different fungal growths. A few plants have shot out. There appears to be sort of vinage that's making its way out and creeping into some of the other lockers. It's taken over and popped a couple of them open, but you could make a search through most of these. There appears to be a couple of spore-like organisms, something where if you touched it would puff up. You can tell that just by some of the vibrant colors that these things are giving off, they're either irradiated, irradiated and mutated, or just highly poisonous. So you have an urge and a notion to take caution when investigating this. But there appears to be whole plants that have just grown out of this area. There is a plant that has some absolutely sapphire blue leaves. There's another one that appears to have a sort of red and green split, but it's nothing you've really seen before.
Well, for the plant that has the sapphire blue leaves, he's going to very carefully extract the terrarium from his pack because he kept it. He gave the plant over to the roof, but he kept the little terrarium just in case this happened again.
Nice.
and will very gingerly harvest the plant.
Okay.
And then
do you have tools?
Let me double check.
Doesn't have to be gardening tools, but I need something. This is not something you can accomplish with bare hooves.
Would an alchemy kit carry the necessary tools?
Perfect.
Yeah, then you would have the tools, as well as some spare tin cans and other such things.
All right.
So
you transplant that. It is how did I give you stats for the size of the terrarium?
No, I think I said I made it out of a decent sized glass bottle. Like I'd very carefully sheared the glass so that it would settle around itself.
It's a little bit bigger. It's a decently kind of leggy plant. It's about the length of your hoof, or the length of your leg, from tip down to the base of the roots, or the base root system. So it'll be a little bit awkward in your pack, but you can get it into that glass bottle terrarium.
Well, that, and once you get the majority of the root mass out, you can actually kind of curl it around and have it sit a little bit smaller.
It's not the root mass, it's the fact that this thing is tall.
Well, that can be dealt with careful pruning. And, well, I am going to need some more blue herbs, so a little bit of harvesting now would definitely help make it fit better.
Mm-hmm. All right, but you gather that. Are you going to try and extract anything else or search through any of the lockers?
Well, first he's actually going to step back into the main room and start collecting any of the empty bottles he can find in the party's stash, or what was left with the most recent meal from the caravanners.
There's a... So if you check, I'm not sure what's in the party's stash, but if you're checking the most recent meal from the caravanners, are you checking the actual... Would you be going out to check the caravan?
No, whatever they had while they were inside this building.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you'd be able to, at the very least, gather some empty cans and a couple empty bottles.
Okay.
Without even thinking about it.
But this is more for, flavor, and then he's going to find Mina.
Gonna find what?
He's going to go find Mina. He needs help.
Okay. All right. Mina.
Yep.
So, anyway, coming back around since you needed some time, what would you be doing?
She'd probably spend some time, like I said, helping out the medical pony, talking to her and making sure her kids are all right, and helping her treat all the others who are...
Okay. Just making sure that you're able to be found. Hello?
Who do we lose?
Okay. All right. As you were going about making your rounds, helping the others, helping them take shots at the vermin, the rad roaches, and the whatnot, Wild and Iota would eventually appear. Yes. Fantastic.
Hey, Mina? Where... Has anybody seen Mina?
Here.
Ah, there you are.
Sunrise points in the other room. She's over there with Nightly Boy.
Hey, Mina, I found something interesting back here, and I kind of want your help identifying some of these things because they look highly toxic, but they might be useful to us.
Ooh.
Also, bring something to cover your nose, because, well, my nose is a little messed up from whatever it was, but, yeah, whatever's in there is pretty vehement.
Okay. Interesting. Sounds.
That sounds like a promising basis for interesting chemicals.
Also, there are a few lockers in here, and, well, I might not be one to take the drugs anymore, but they might provide some interesting things for you.
Yeah, we'll take a look. I don't think I have. I'm kind of surprised I don't actually have a gas mask, but guess I don't want to waste fumes or anything, so she'll grab a piece of cloth and fold it up and wrap it around her snout.
Makeshift bandana.
It's not perfect, and it won't save you every time, but when you don't really have to deal with the whole lot, it's great.
It's okay. What's the worst that the stuff is going to do?
Mess with your sense of smell for a little bit.
Drug pony. Okay.
You accidentally stumble hooves first into one of the patches of black mold.
Hey, black mold can be made into a very interesting neurotoxin.
And she will follow Nyada.
All right. So you heard the description of the room. It hasn't changed. Just that there is a spot where it looks like a plant was and no longer is.
Is this the plant you're talking about you pulled out?
Yeah, it's a, well, quite robust blue herb plant. Figured keeping it with us will give us a fairly steady supply.
Ooh, that's a good idea. Always using some of that.
Well, yeah, and then there's this one. He gestures to the green and red plant. I have never seen anything like this. It's similar enough to the herbs that I'm familiar with that I was thinking about harvesting it, but I wanted somebody who's a little bit more knowledgeable on the chemistry side of things. And to be fair, you're probably better with plants than I am.
Mina will use her TK to adjust her glasses, push them up, and take a closer look.
All right. I either need survival at a -30 or academics. Actually, no. Academics and lore would not apply to this. I need survival -30.
I'd actually forgotten that Mina uses glasses.
I didn't. Them BCGs are doing her a lot of good.
She don't have those no more.
I know.
She's got ones that Sunrise made that were critted. That would just be a make it with the minuses.
So this isn't a plant you've ever seen before. However, given the color patterning and the patterning in general on the leaves and the actual trunk of the plant, it stands to reason that this is some kind of hybrid between insert green herb plant and insert red herb plant here. Since they don't actually have names. And I'm not going to try and bullshit you that its scientific name is green herb plant.
That's
But,
okay. I'm not gonna bullshit you and try and sunrise the plant by asking it its name.
The plant would
I would not put it past you, though.
What? To ask the plant its name?
Yes.
Depends how high she is.
At this point, probably not very.
If she's high enough,
Yeah.
the plant will tell her.
You are not at levels where you can have a conversation with the plant. But your best bet is that it's some kind of crossbreed between two different species. Sadly, that was not a good enough check roll to be able to pull more bullshit information out of the GM.
QGM wiping brow in sigh of relief.
Well, I mean, a little bit of time with a chemistry set will tell her exactly what it is.
Oh, with that lab we had back there at that military base, I could probably make some very interesting things out of this.
Well, I mean, we're going to have to go back that way anyway, and it's safe enough for us to stop.
No, it's definitely worth keeping. I mean, it seems to be some kind of crossbreed between two different types of plants, and both of which are used in making of all kinds of interesting medical brews.
Medical
I believe you.
brews, other things, but the things that I actually really wanted to ask you about though were these guys, and he gently gestures towards the spore emitting pods and the more brightly colored the plants that say don't touch us or we're gonna fuck you up. Yeah, I was kind of wondering if you'd ever come across any of these, and if maybe we should not harvest them and bring them with us because they could prove useful for any number of reasons. He looks a little shifty for a moment. Like, no, seriously, like he's clearly trying to hide the fact that, you know, he has some truly abhorrent recipes that he could be making use of.
Ooh,
okay.
Damn moon.
Nice.
She will flick on the light on her helmet and take a closer look, see if she can determine what.
They appear to be several different species of funguses, some molds, some. Let's see, you can make out some blue mold, green mold. There appears to actually be a sort of scarlet mold. There's multiple different species of fungi, maybe 5 in total, but there are decent colonies of decent mycelial colonies of each. There was the one plant. There's the red and green one, vine-like structures that have kind of branched out, sort of creeping ivy. Nothing too insidious, but some of the mushrooms you recognize as just being edible. Some of them are probably slightly mutated, and a couple of them you've never seen before.
Do you mind if I borrow your hoof for a second?
Fiaura has a new officer. Welcome, son.
Sure.
Just bring it right up here. And she points to the one with the pip buck on it.
Ah, sure. And he reaches over with his pip buck leg.
Is there any appreciative radiation coming off these things that can be detected?
So as you're scanning them around, the air itself has a very soft tick. It's the same the same radiation as, being near water that's slightly irradiated. It's nothing bad, and it's nothing that's honestly, truly even worrisome. As you're going around, none of them really seem to react. But one of the hold on. But one of the fungus colonies, a very interesting. It's a soft, almost electric green. They seem to almost be a radiation dead zone.
Ooh.
Highly radioactive when you get the thing very, very, or as you come near it. But as you truly get in, it seems to essentially make the Geiger counter dance.
Up, down, up, down, up, down.
It's a sponge
Yes.
from Metro.
Yes, actually.
Huh.
You are quite literally, since it's one of the lever gauges that just goes from one side to the other, you are quite literally playing windshield wipers on high.
Wait. Is it literally the Urban Mech speedometer where when you press W, it just goes from from slow to less slow, and it does it instantaneously, and then when you let off, it drops back?
I don't know enough about mech, so I'm gonna say sure. But I mean, when you put windshield wipers on high, there is a sort of kinetic feedback as they are smacking the sides.
I'll put it to you this way, Moon. You could probably walk faster than an Urban Mech can run.
Oh, damn.
Oh, Mina will float out a bunch of bottles, and then she has a bunch of this stuff from all her medical making, and scoop in some samples.
Medical making.
And Nyota will actually take the time to fashion a second terrarium out of one of the bottles from the caravan. And I think it's time to move on to someone else, probably Mina's turn.
Let's see,
That
was
would
Mina.
be Mina's turn.
And that was Mina. Let's see, Sunrise. Chifundo is... Chifundo currently has the both spiritual and physical box of family friendliness over top of him.
I
And
mean,
Martini.
you could always time skip that if you want.
I'm cycling back around to Mythic. I'm largely just gonna call for a quick break after this. I'll come back to you after this is all said and done.
Cool.
I saw an opportunity and I had to take it.
No, that's fine.
Actually, I mean, we've gone kind of late, taking a break. If you wanted to do like one more,
It's only midnight.
Yeah, but we've gone much later than we normally do before we take a break. We usually take a break around 11 or 10:45.
No, actually, we usually tend to take one sometime between 11 and 12.
Okay.
Yeah, usually it tends to be 11:45 or 50 into midnight.
So yeah, this is about the right time for just a standard break.
Okay.
So, break time?
Yeah, if you want to do it before your turn, we can come back. I just need to stand up. My legs have been giving me trouble.
That's fine with me. We can go ahead and take a break while I get my brain.
All right. So we'll say back at 12:15. Done.
Cool.
You know where I've come from, but not from how far. Our journey so ruthless, I still bear the scars. And what matters ain't that the world saw its end, but what kind of life we will spend.
I'm trying to be better, but still miss the mark. And each time I save you, I'm left in the dark. No,
When you're in trouble, I'll be by your side. My love for you ain't gonna hide. And stop returning. A penance unpaid and a body left laid, but inside the fire.
blackened out sky, and all the dead trees are falling. Creatures we face will see equal judgment or mercy or grace. Decision is needed for those who survive of whether you'll be left alive.
And all bloody work for a hope that we hold of past golden age and its story still told. And what sacred virtues we're able to heed to bring back to those who are in need.
The future is daunting. It's going to be shaped by the choices we make and those of the ghosts that are haunting.
And hope's worth preserving. Both near and so far, all the angels there are must now bring a peace that's deserving.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering air's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts.
Through the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore of man once born in this world that is torn, a group that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise and overcome all odds. And with every new day, through the parts that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words we remind. Do better.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm just getting me some essential painting done.
Cheese sandwich.
I use the paintbrush as a shank.
Why?
And
why do you keep stabbing me?
Because you're fun to stab.
But I'm not the soft and fluffy one.
Yeah, what can
Hey,
you
the
say?
soft and fluffy one reunited her with her dad for 2 last times.
Yeah, yep. So you're more the challenge one for her to stabbity stabs.
Oh well, it's not like her armor can stop it anyway.
Oof.
You know, had they not used the fucking tank buster rifle, they wouldn't have gotten.
No, I meant the armor she made from Arclight. It can't hold up to rats.
Are you saying she built you a shoddy suit of armor?
It didn't hold up to rats.
Now, are you sure that was by accident or by design?
I mean, he's going to have words with her about it whenever he gets back.
If he gets back.
Are you sure that's something he wants to admit to Sunrise?
I mean, there's going to be a big-ass hole in his chest plate, the size of giant rat teeth. And he's flat out going to say, your armor didn't hold up to rats.
It's because you told me to make it lighter.
No.
Because you tried to fuck the rats. That's the problem.
No. You told me to keep it as light armor.
Mm-hmm.
It's heavy armor.
No?
Yes?
Since when?
You said flat out it was heavy armor. That's what Martini's been running with it as. That it was heavy armor.
I can see it now. Thinks he's in a tiger tank. He's actually in an old model.
Italian.
No, he's actually driving around a fucking Stewart.
No, even worse.
Wait
He's
a minute.
He's driving an Italian tankette.
Stewards actually have armor, okay?
Yeah, they'll repel 30 cal rounds.
No, they'll repel 37 millimeters or 40 millimeters.
I highly doubt that.
The front of a Stewart is like 40 or 50 millimeters of armor.
Hold on, M3.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of?
That's the other thing. Are we talking an M3 or an M5?
It doesn't matter which one we're talking about. Holtz is actually right. It is 50 millimeters of frontal
Thank
armor.
you.
Nice.
Holy shit!
2-inch thick armor. Holy crap!
It's a light tank with armor.
Yes. Which was the reason why people liked the Stewart.
That and it was fast. Keep in mind, the Brits loved how fast it was. Hence
That-
the name Honey.
That and you could actually move it around Pacific Islands without actually destroying yourself.
Also, Linzabi, Honey, like Hellcat and Hetzer and things like that were actually names that came about afterward.
Still.
M5 Stewart. 2.5 inches of armor.
Ooh.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I have to check something.
Yes, see?
USA! What the fuck?
What's up?
Is your whole life secretly a lie?
M5 Stewart, 2.5 inches of frontal hull armor. M4 Sherman, 2.4 inches of frontal hull armor, but 7 inches of turret armor.
Yes, but the Sherman also has like a greater slope, which increases that armor.
Wait,
drastically.
seven inches of turret armor.
Yes.
Does that just mean that the turret barrel is 7 inches thick around?
No, that means that the
Not the
actual
barrel,
turret
front.
has 7 inches on it, and the gun mantlet's even thicker.
No, I was going to say, is that 7 inches including the mantlet?
No, that is just the turret. Including the mantlet, it's 8.5.
Which version?
The standard M4. But the shitty
4
part
inches
here
of
is,
armor is what I thought.
shitty part here is, it's a medium tank compared to a light tank, but has less hull armor than the light tank. What the fuck, America?
Because they didn't really
Slopes.
define between light tanks and medium tanks and heavy tanks. There was no definition really during the Second World War.
I think you'll find there was.
Not really.
No.
I mean, there is a definite difference, but
there's a definition by weight, yes, but I'm just staring at this.
But for the armor, everything was weird. But yeah, the greater slope of the Sherman made it like it was 80mm armor.
It's
the Sherman's front slope wasn't that dramatic.
Yes, it's actually quite more
Moving
dramatic than you
on.
think.
I'm just gonna file this away in America needs help category. Are we ready to start up again?
Dear Princess Celestia, today I learned.
For you ready to have your brain really thing? The Sherman Stuart has as much armor as a Panzer IV.
Ha! Janet was saying it was probably because some of the drivers of the Stuarts must have had congressmen for relatives.
Mind you, also, that said, I mean, I'm sat here in Britain, and what did we go into World War II with? Oh, yeah, the Matilda II.
That was 80mm thick armor, Hetty.
That was a tiny-ass tank with as much armor as a KV-1.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I'm
as
just
much...
saying he...
I was just going to say, and as much firepower as one infantryman.
No. The Germans, until Tiger was delivered to Africa, the Germans were shit scared of the Matilda because it could punch everything they got frontally.
Oh, yes, the Defender could punch everything. Unfortunately, it has to hit everything individually because it's a solid slug.
Yeah, there was no 40mm HE.
So, here's the thing. The Germans, knowing that thing would go straight through anything they'd got, when the Matilda hit them, they got out.
Yep, they let the 88s take care of the Matilda.
Well, that's because, Hetty, they could outrun it on foot.
There is.
I mean, the Matilda II, come on, Hetty, the Matilda II is an infantry tank, not a cavalry tank.
That's what I'm meaning. It's designed to keep up with infantry.
Yeah.
All right. Well, again, moving back to what we should be doing.
Back to the game.
Are we done?
Yes, let's get back to spirit fuckery.
We're going to talk more about tanks? I don't know shit about tanks.
Right,
Yeah,
so
you
I'm
do.
buying a tank and I'm driving it up to Boone's house one day.
You have Sunrise.
Big gun go boom. That's all I.
Sophie, what we need to do is buy you a Leopard 1 and a low loader to take it up to Moons, just so you can show him what a tank looks like.
We can do that here in Arizona. Well, we have to go to Texas, but we can do it. They have one for sale.
You would be surprised at the sheer volley of Molotovs and explosives you encountered.
See, I want to pull up to Moon's house with a tank and a pink slip for it and hand the pink slip to him.
Moon would get his beard stuck in the hatch.
Get Moon a commissar hat and a sword. I'll supply the sword.
I have the sword. Havan, the joke's on you. I can tie my braids so tight that I can literally hit someone with it.
I mean, if we're going to go that route, then we probably need to get hold of a British heavy mark or a Liberty tank.
Nah, I want to get something that'll blow Moon's mind. I want to pull up in a Bulldog with a supercharger so it'll do 90 miles an hour.
Fucking hell,
I feel like Moon's more of the battle axe.
You will be pulled over by highway patrol, and they won't know what the fuck to do with you.
Look, if you're gonna do that, just get me a fucking motorcycle.
No, I have to protect the Moon, so I need to put him in like a tank or an APC.
Then get me one of the motor trikes, and I'll mount turrets to it.
Get a kit and crad.
It's the closest thing I can do to a speeder bike.
Oh my god, no, I could get him like a BTR-7.
No, I'm sorry. If Moon's gonna do the hit, get me close, I want to hit them with my sword. We need to give him one of those fuckers.
What is it, Pope?
No.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how hard it would be to find it?
The Liberty tank.
It's
the
like a submarine and Abrams got drunk.
That is a Mark 8 Liberty. That's the one we co-designed with you guys with the intent of splitting the production between us, America, and France.
That's what you get for the moon.
There we go. There's Moon's motorcycle.
I need it. I need it.
Yes, Kitten Crab.
Oh, yes, Kitten Crab.
Fuck no, we can build a new one.
I have a fucking mighty need.
Yeah, Moon, that's a 5-ton motorcycle.
I want it. Also, how in the shit is that 5 tons? The piece of junk, piece of shit in storage that I've got 700 pounds, and it's almost as big as that.
Because it's made entirely of steel.
It's
not
made of
aluminum
armor
and
steel, and look at that that FAMO suspension system and treads.
Oh, that's how big it is. Oh, never mind. Okay, I guess. Are you sure it's 5 tons and not 5,000
No,
pounds?
it's not. It's 1.5 metric tons.
It's big.
2,500 pounds. I can absolutely believe that.
That's a thing that exists. It has been used in history.
Yes, Germany used it extensively.
It was designed for the Eastern Front because of Russian mud.
No, it was designed way before the Eastern
No, I got
Front.
this. And today I learned that Israel took the M18 Hellcat and figured out how to make it do 106 miles an hour, making it the fastest tracked vehicle in history.
Of course those crazy fuckers did that.
So, whose turn is it?
I mean that, but...
I mean, you're talking about the nation that figured out how to fit a 105 to the top of a Sherman.
Hold on. Kitchen boy, give me a second. This actually, sorry to cut you off. Genuinely sorry. This actually brings up a really good point. This is actually kind of a similar design to some of the equestrian vehicles that you would be seeing. I imagine that this is probably what you need to do independent pony transport in a sort of motorcycle type fashion, and that is a design that would develop. So yeah, thank you for pointing this out to me, because you gave a form to the nebulous swirling fucking thoughts that live in my goddamn noodle.
Oh, there's another one you'd probably enjoy.
Okay, back to the game.
No, this is an important aside. So yes, anyways, whose turn?
I believe
I'm
it would
just
be
sitting
the
here
knife pony.
smiling, just listening to y'all.
I would be. I believe it would be Anime Knigget.
Oh, that's right. We pony.
Jonathan, Joestar, it's your turn.
All right. Well, shit. I guess I better
Not
do a
Dio.
Joestar thing. Not Dio. No, Dio. Well, Dio is it? Joestar is.
Mythic Joestar.
Yes. All the Joestar without the Joestar. Well, speaking of, I'm going to be approaching our everywhere medic, and to do that, he's probably going to have to wait for her to just suddenly appear and then get.
Chances are good that if you stand near her children long enough, there's a higher than average chance of encountering her.
Well, if the storm wasn't a thing, I'd just cast precognition and pull Joseph. But I'll do that. That's probably what he'll do.
So, on your nat 1 of knowledge that you still have from the storm, you assume that casting something indoors is probably okay.
It's more controlled conditions, and out of the majority of the magical radiation that is going on via the storm, or the ambient magical interference from the storm. Just as a joke, just use precognition to know exactly where she's going to be and then be there.
All right. It takes you a moment, but you're able to figure out exactly where Electron Mom is at one of the points in time when she has come to a physical stop.
All right. Gonna approach her, probably waiting for a moment when she's not actually around her foals to talk about putting cybernetics on one of them. To keep the whole foal from cutting in with the constant wanting to the cybernetic arm, It'll help with it'll help.
The mother, sensing that you're nearby, turns around and looks to you. Yes, dear, can I do anything to help you, or do you need something? Are you wounded?
Well, first of all, I was going to see if you needed any help. You seem to be quite all over the place.
You know, I wouldn't turn down a beer right about now.
It's funny you should mention that. Reaches into saddlebags, TK pulls out a beer bottle that actually has beer in it. Remember when I looted?
GG.
She looks to you, takes the beer bottle in telekinesis, leans in, kisses you on the cheek, and smiles. You're my hero right now. Is there anything at all I can help you with? She says, just TK grasp ripping the bottle cap off.
Well, you're probably going to want to take that drink before I ask you about what I'm going to ask you next.
She stares at you for a moment and just nods, upending the bottle and drinking about half of it. Okay, so what are you going to ruin my day with?
So, I'll lift you on the whole cybernetics thing, but
She gives you a flat look.
Yes, I know, and I can only agree, except I might suggest giving him something that'll tide him over until we can get his limb repaired. Having only 3 legs is probably not. If I may be so blunt.
I was contemplating rigging up a crutch. Why? What did you have in mind?
The stallion that we had captured over there in the corner, he would like to jury rigs up something for him, essentially. Nothing fancy or high tech or whatever, but something that'll get him along.
She stays quiet, moving very little, and seems to just be digesting the words. How do I know he isn't going to try and turn it into a bomb or do something to harm my foals even more?
Well, for one, I don't believe he has the materials to do that. And 2, I don't believe any of these ponies have any particular malice toward anyone here, or your foals included. And I think maybe their leader might have had some ulterior things going on. She didn't tell the rest of her little.
If he agrees, if he is willing to agree to one condition, then I'm willing to contemplate letting him build something to help my kids.
Very well. What sort of condition?
Well, I just need him to agree that if the contraption that he puts together in any way, shape, or form harmed my foal, he agrees to sit there and lie conscious while I carve his still beating heart out of his chest. She smiles.
Just stare, blink, blink. I think he might agree to that.
Okay, then I think we're good. I would be willing to let him assemble something to right some of the wrong that his group has done.
All right. Would you like if I watched him make it, just to make it?
Oh, I plan to watch him through every single twist and turn of screws and bolts.
All right, just don't do anything too hasty.
I don't plan on starting anything, and you're welcome to watch as well. More eyes is always a good thing.
All right, I'll go tell him, and I might try to gather together something for him to work.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna continue being everywhere at once, as some others should be. And, well, tends to be. Has to be.
All right, hang on. before you go,
She downs the rest of her beer.
yes. Before you go off on everyone else, you have nothing against a little magic pick-me-up, do you? The sword.
Hmm?
I do know. I am quite good at electrophysiology. If you haven't noticed yet, I can give you a little boost just to kind of help you.
Hit me, handsome.
Oh, right, with a spell.
I mean, what were you? She just gives you a wry smile and waggles her eyebrows.
I have the feeling there was 3 different meetings going on here, and he had one of the more innocent ones. And so with that ultraphysiology, he'll give her what would be helpful? +2 endurance and maybe a +2 intelligence or perception.
Well, if you're helping her be everywhere, surely something like endurance and agility.
You know what? Yeah, endurance and agility. Agility might actually help her, be a little more nimble, her hoof might be a little more steady,
Are we about to have a light speed pony too?
No.
So as you sit, so endurance and agility.
Endurance and agility, unless she'd prefer intelligence and perception. Assume the 2 kind of work that out and give her whichever boost she believes she needs.
She largely just says, "I trust the caster," not really being too aware of how
Hi,
ultraphysiology
this
works.
bag of hugs for $5. Hold!
Mythic
Okey-dokey.
X-Tracer,
Endurance
Mercy
and
Pony.
agility. Now, see, if I were going to make her speed pone, I'd first of all need a full strain gauge, and I'd just sit here and pocket cast smooth flow and haste.
Yeah, sure, but you hit her with endurance. You hit her with +2 endurance and agility.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I need you to make me an arcane check.
Good Lord, come on, roll 20.
Ow! Oh God!
Bloody hell!
Please tell me it's not going to turn into just another lust.
Just roll that again.
Do you have Discord's luck?
I think, thankfully, you and Cinder, talked me out of it.
Yeah, just roll that one again. I just want to see if it's locked on 100 with your skill being 100.
Oh no,
Okay.
no, that was a nat 100.
So I just wanted to make sure there was no
like me with
character
10s.
sheet. Yeah.
Well, we might be a little safer casting spells in this magic storm, but it seems a stray strand of magic has found its way in here. Well, what did I...
He's not
I
with
trust
us.
the caster.
He's not with us.
I trust the caster. Words said moments before just happened.
I mean, that was a proper I trust the caster moment.
Hold on
Wait.
just a moment. I need to double check something.
Wait, that's alter physiology. Oh God damn it! Did you turn her into a male? She's a stallion now, isn't she?
Stop helping.
I think whatever the
Stop
result
giving
of
the
this
team
is,
ideas.
Mythic's about to get lynched.
He's either about to get lynched or his already questioning sexuality is going to be even more further questioned if that. Of course, it could always just backfire on him and something else happen.
Okay. I need you to make me another. Now, the spell has already been cast and things have already happened, but I need you to make. I need you to make me another arcane check I need you to make me another arcane check at a penalty of a -40.
But only just.
It was at that moment Mythic realized he fucked up.
So, if you would care to take a look in general in the role in the FOE group.
Amazing. I think Roll20's finally got bored with all of our tank and random talk, and it wants shit to happen. So shit gonna happen.
Mythic, what level are you casting Alter Physiology at?
Expert. That's the only one that gives you like +2 to both.
Oh God, what have you done?
You know, I wasn't expecting to look at the on-deck list tonight.
All right,
but my expectations are.
And no. And Mystic, what is your static potency?
What is my static potency? He asks. Currently not.
Or standing, sorry.
Yeah, just straight 9.
Oh boy.
Please don't ruin the super MILF.
Ruin, Energizer Bunny.
I would like you to pick 2 more specials.
2 more specials.
2 more specials.
Strength and
Okay.
or would you just like a random roll for those numbers and go with it?
No. There's. That's okay. Strength and charisma is fine. So you hit her with an alter physiology that is, considering the raging intensity outside, that is going to last for a grand total of 39 hours. And as the double cast magic comes essentially ripping out of your horn, you are going to take some feedback damage from just the overabundance of energy that you're trying to manipulate and control.
All right,
But
first question.
But by the time you are done, the mare standing before you largely appears about 15 years younger.
Oh wow, okay.
She looks to you, looks down, and you notice that she's almost a little bit taller. It's not that she's taller, it's that she's a little bit leggier than she was before. Whoa, what the fuck?
I am getting real sick of Discord's bullshit. So right after you said but you cut out. It just everyone just went silent.
She's gotten leggier.
Oh my.
Cue the sexy saxophone music, people.
She's gotten a lot leggier. Essentially, she looks down, she looks herself over, and she just TKs over the closest thing that could be even remotely reflective. Looking it over, she just prances around in the spot again and looks back over to you. You made me hot again.
First of all, how much damage did he take from that feedback?
Let's see. I need to calculate strain expended.
Because he may or may not be conscious after that. It depends on.
I'm absolutely with you, Bones. This is a big oofta moment. I've learned the Norwegian word for oops.
So you are down You are down 90 strain, and it hits you back for 90 points of pure damage.
Oh god, is that down by DT or anything?
Do you have DR? Do you have magical DT or any kind of DR that isn't based on?
I have resilient horn, but it doesn't give me any magic DT now. So if I took 90 points, he's down. He's out.
I will allow resilient. I will allow fucking words. Jesus Christ, God damn it. Fuck.
Take your time, Moon. Calm down.
It's gone. Goddamn. Okay, words. I will allow the okay, so largely it's hitting your horn first. It's triggering through your horn, but it will do damage to the horn and your health pool. If you have any horn DT, or any horn DR or anything like resilient horn or whatnot, I'll allow that to apply against this.
2 ranks of resilient
but
horn.
any armor from DT, anything like that, it doesn't apply against this.
Yeah, no. The resilient horn does not give me DT. It just gives me +1 endurance to resist burnout and +3 stain recovery per. So yeah. How do you
Did
want
Martini's
to do
head
that?
just explode? Not Martini. Did the new guy's head just explode?
Mystic.
Mystic. That's the word.
Did he just turn back the clock at the cost of his own life?
Like, with the bleed out rules, I don't know if he'd be dead, but he'd definitely be out in the next.
First question. After all of that, what is the status of your horn?
Let me check the HP of my horn. Oh, hey, look, it's actually still intact. It's got 98 HP.
So he did not turn himself into a male tempest.
Oh, God, that would have been the
He didn't let the
second time
smoke
this has
out.
happened.
All right, so the horn's still intact. What is your head HP?
Head HP is 65.
So it didn't even really come that close to touching you. Stop panicking, you wuss.
Hold on. No. If he took 90 points of damage directly to the head and horn, that means that his head is crippled and he has a fractured skull with more than
It depends. No, it depends on what his HP is.
So how much damage did he actually take to the head directly?
90 points. That's what Moon's telling us.
Actually, Moon said it was the horn and just main HP pool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was confused as to why you guys were asking about the head.
Sorry. Okay. So, yeah, he's fine then.
Because if this cripples his horn, it's going to be pass endurance or blackout.
See, the fun part is his HP is still 79.
Okay.
So yeah,
that said, so how much though did you take after the DT and DR? Because that does apply to your HP pool too.
Yeah, I don't have any DT or DR on my horn, so that's just straight damage to that.
Incorrect. Hold on. The horn has innate DT and DR.
Yeah, I had to zero mine out, but yeah, you should have innate DT for your horn.
Okay.
Would that be on the sheet?
So B21 minus 1 is potency minus base potency minus 1. So your DT is 5 and your DR is 4.
No, his DR is no, his DR is higher than that. Or the stats are higher than that. Hold on.
It's potency -1 + 3, right? Because that's what we have on our sheets.
Yeah, but his potency is 9.
No. It's base potency, not effective potency.
That is what base potency.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yes.
say.
His base potency is 9. That is not his effective potency right now.
That's why Moon
So it would be
specifically
11,
clarified
11.
that earlier.
It would be 11/11. Your horn's durable, at least.
Okay. Yeah. So factor the damage off of that, and then apply whatever is left to your horn HP and your total HP pool.
Alright, so -11 points and -11% of that damage. Is that how that works? Or is it the other way around?
Yeah.
It's the DR.
No. You had it right. So 11 off first, so it's 79, and then times 11%. Or 89.
Times 0.89.
70.31. So he's still standing and his horn is still intact.
Yeah. So 70 points of damage later. So all right, you soaked you sucked 20 points off the top. That's actually a pretty good spread. Anyway, so one searing migraine later, you are still conscious, and this mare has you. Yes, you have just rolled back the clock slightly on this creature.
Yep. There's going to be this big boom from his horn as that spell goes off. He kind of holds his head, barely standing, looks up. Holy shit, there's this really, really hot mare in front of me who's thinking.
She immediately kind of comes like, oh no, dearie, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I didn't. I'm terribly.
So from boned by a griffin to pounded by a mare into oblivion. Death by Snoo awaits Mythic.
That she is best MILF.
He just kind of groans, holds his head. Ow,
there we go.
Yeah, but dude, you unmilfed her.
Unmilfed. Now she's. Oh god, she's hot.
She's just MILF in name only. You unmilfed her.
He just kind of absolutely stares at her. That's not the magic feedback. Oh god. I'm so sorry.
Willpower check?
For who?
I would say for both of them.
No, so afterwards, she just kind of nods. Okay, I am a bit more lively now. I'm gonna go try and take care of everyone. And much like an electron, you cannot know both you can't know how fast she's going and where she is. Or wait, I think I'm gonna screw that up. But point in the matter is, she goes to disappear unless you immediately try to get her attention again.
Yep, nope. Just that kind of starstruck stare.
Before disappearing, she just slowly closes your jaw.
Ah, yes. Thank you.
Just largely is doing the instant transmission around this place.
Moon, I've
What?
got a Van Halen song running through my head now.
Bad. Oh
god, she's just Tracer.
Alright. So, a couple of hours have passed. The storm isn't stopping. The everyone's wounds have been about as licked as they're gonna get. Yes. Back to me. The wounds are about as treated as they're gonna be. I'll say it's starting to go into night, so it's probably close to about 6 right now. Okay, there we go. I just want to beat that down. You've mostly settled in. The place is about as protected and boarded as it's going to get, short of throwing in magical wards or reinforcing. The town's ponies have all just about fed themselves. They've regrouped, kind of cleared things out. The internal lobby actually appears to be some place where ponies could rest, and they're discussing trying to go and explore the rest of the rooms to try and either establish a little bit of a place here, since they're largely going to be stuck here overnight. And so this way they can spread out a little bit. But they're also trying to make sure that there isn't any kind of a threat or anything left inside of here. They all kind of feel strongly about just sitting here, sitting ducks. But let's see, are either of them regaining conscious?
Also, no comments about the pink glowing shaman just kind of sitting in the corner.
Oh, there's lots of comments, but most of the town's ponies are just staring and wondering why they suddenly gained a lava lamp in pony form.
Well, at least he isn't floating?
Yet.
Hover pony.
There is still fuckery afoot. We've just got to see what happens.
Let's see. But yeah, at this point in time, just about everyone is as settled in as they're gonna get. They're continuing to try and improve the place and the surroundings, but by now, all of the NPCs have largely accepted that they're going to be stuck on this map tile for an encounter or for a session or two. Except for Chifundo, who apparently can activate fourth wall mode and just flip between map tiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, this just in. The town of Rainburg just had an explosive mutation strike from apparently indoor use of magic by several of the unicorns there. It is now highly recommended that you do not activate your horns while during the storm. Let the storm pass and all will be well. Have a safe night.
God, yeah, just as Mystic uses magic, a bolt of lightning hits down, strikes the ground, and ricochets over, just kind of knocking really hard on a window. It could sense it. It was trying to get in.
Roll20's up to adult antics with me again.
But yes, at this point in time, it is essentially downtime. A lot of you can explore, craft. I will say that because I plan to have some of this continue on and post and whatnot, just to go over the rest of it. I will say this is still, I will say this is still effectively a hostile building, so safe is relative, but you have the building to yourselves and some insects and some mold, and it's any building in Fallout that hasn't been cleared yet.
Technically, Chifundo has any building he wants since he's out like molesting them all.
That's fair.
Yes.
Chifundo is being a building hussy.
I mean, I'm only molesting the most interesting ones.
Choosy perverts. I don't know.
Yeah, Cinder Script has it best. Chifundo just went over to spectator mode.
You're not supposed to let everybody know I found the cheat menu.
Well,
God
now
damn
we
it,
do.
Chifundo, if you're going to use the cheat menu, you can at least access the developer console for a minute.
What?
Wait,
no,
you're asking-
activate big
you're-
head mode and nothing else.
You're asking Chifundo to do something technical with the server settings?
You know, it dawns on me that I've never once been in a game where anyone playing a zebra, or never once been in part of a game, or played in part of a game, or ran a game, where anyone ever played a zebra character that was in any way technical that wasn't Spirit of Machines.
Let's
I'm
just
not saying they don't exist. I'm just
Optimization.
hush.
let's just hope he doesn't find the eject button for the game.
No, Vital, it's just that every time they interface with consoles by doing it the Russian way. They hit it till it works.
That one scene from Armageddon.
Best scene.
That scene.
Character defining for me.
Russian
Yoda
equipment,
working.
American equipment, Chinese equipment, all made in
Russia,
China.
the Russian components, the American
All right,
components,
so,
all made in Taiwan.
So,
Bash!
Russian components.
Anyway. Guys. Go ahead.
I just got these. This is the sample finally from the factory, and the factory basically cut their work staff by 50% in order to help with social distancing and make sure no one at the factory actually contracted coronavirus. So I finally got the pictures of the sample scarf.
Nice. Ooh, pretty.
Want.
Well, that means that they're going to be mailed the next week or so.
Can be used to cover your mouth in a situation like a mask, except for we can't guarantee that it will keep out anything.
No, it'll keep out nothing. It's cloth.
It's a lot of people are using nothing but cloth, so it's okay.
And I just look at them and go, "Are you dumb?"
It's a good looking scarf.
Well, cloth is a little bit of a deterrent. It's not going to deter like aerosolized, but it is going to catch any of the a fair bit of the moisture that could. So it's better than nothing, but not by much.
Yeah, I mean it's better than nothing. I largely have to use a bandana when I go out because all the masks I found are too small.
And I've been hearing the idea that no, a mask won't protect your ass, but it's more to protect people from you coughing or sneezing.
Precisely. It's a spatter guard, essentially.
Yeah.
So you wearing a mask is or a bandana or whatever is preventing spread.
But cool. I'm glad the people who were doing the thing with the scarves are all safe, and those things are essentially as clean as you can get.
Yeah. So that's why it's taking so long. We just got this first sample. I have to approve it, but here it is. Anyway, do we have anything else we want to do tonight, or shall I start reading off names?
No, at this point in time, this is essentially where I make sure that all of the RP channels are unmuted, and a lot of you just ping me to do things.
Okay.
And if I don't respond after like 12 hours, you ping me again.
So Sketchy Rivet Bones, Adagio.
I can't really do anything.
Sketchy Rivet Bones, Adagio, Carl. You can do all the stuff you want with Marker Light. I mean, box of family friendliness.
You're not in that trance forever, motherfucker.
Vayidos, Chris, the Giggity Father, and the Godfather. Thank all you guys for the tips. Drinking Buddy, Carl, Noteworthy. Thank you guys for the subs. Those actually mean a lot, as well as White Fob, thank you for the sub as well. Thank you guys for buying those gift subs as well, because all of those, like, they add up. Like, this month Twitch sent me a $400 check, which is more money than I've gotten from YouTube in my entire YouTube career. Not even joking.
Me.
Like, one check is more than what YouTube has sent me ever. Carl, thank you for the bits. Sketchy Rivet, thank you for the bits. Sketchy Rivet, thank you for the more bits that you just threw on top of the pile. Brett, thank you for the bits. Carl, thank you for the bits. Holtz, thank you for the bits. Bones, thank you for the bits. Chris, thank you for the bits. And Pony Chick, Little Terror, Linzabi, Chris, and that's everybody. Thank you for the hosts. And White Fob, welcome to the Army of Fiaura. I think that's everyone. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I'm going over the recent events that is listed on Streamlabs. But as usual with Wednesday night, some of the recent events have been filtered out because there's more than 100 of them, and I can't actually go back and look. I am going to say this. Right now, at the end of this stream, we currently have... That's terrifying. Is that number accurate?
What?
We currently have 37 people watching. We peaked at 46, and we have had over 1,500 viewers, taking us from 59,000 to 61,000 total views on Twitch in a single night. We had somewhere in the upper 59,000s for number of people for number of unique people who've stopped by. We're now over 61 in one night.
What was it before tonight?
59,800. It's now 61,146.
That is over 1,000. That is over 1,000 unique in one night.
Thank you, man.
Fuck's sake.
They like the stuff you do. I wish I had the money and budget and ability to do something like Dimension 20, where we could have like miniatures and everybody physically be in the room, but we don't have that budget yet.
I don't have those kind of map skills.
Keep in mind too that we had a couple people come and go, and at least one of them we had to. I think Bones had to kick.
Yeah, we had to ban somebody. I hope Bones also followed up by filling out the report function on Twitch in order to bring that to someone's attention, because that account needs to be banned right now. In the meantime, you guys go ahead. Let me give your final thoughts.
Nyota's going to make proper use of All Night Long and keep an eye on everybody that's currently in the room and make sure that anybody who had medical issues is taken care of outside of the 3
captives.
Soon to be sacrifices to the storm, but but he's also going to spend the evening rather productively by making sure to just get some alchemy done, take some time and read the recipes and follow along and see what he can come up with.
I'm just curious if we can change that to the musical soundtrack Riders of the Storm.
Flight of the Bumblebee.
Who's next?
I believe Mina's going to have to get out the bottle of super glue and go fortify Mythic's horn. Sorry, Wonder Glue.
Martini's going to pretend he has all night, make use of that wonderful sleep pattern he has.
Well, spiritual noises.
Good spiritual noises.
Is that Mythic?
Yeah, Mythic has a large list of things he needs to do. Gather materials for the stallion. I'll watch him make the thing and make sure nobody tries to kill him out of two ponies currently. And then probably approach Sunrise a little later. Assuming she's not cuddling Nyota or,
And we'll find out next week what happens to Martini in the pony version of Andale.
Well, I'm glad all of you have stopped by to watch. I'm sorry, I'm trying to wrap my head around more than 1,000 unique views in a night. That's like weird independent television show levels. This is a game where I drunkenly stream about catching color ponies.
And, to be completely fair, this is probably the ideal time for us to grow as a community, because nobody else has free time. Everybody has a bunch of free time, and
YouTube, Twitch is picked up because of the social distancing.
And on that record, thank you all for being patient with me as I wanted to hate the world last week, and thank you for dealing with me as I took a week off.
Well, dude, everybody needs a break.
That's more to just to everyone in general, everyone watching, everyone here. Thank you for bearing with me.
Well, remember, Moon. Again, we normally have had 3 weeks off already, and we haven't had any because we'd have BabsCon, and I would just be like, no, I'm not doing anything for the next 2 weeks. And that didn't happen. And we would have had Winnie City, and that would have probably also been another...
Yeah, you've usually got 2-3 conventions back-to-back at this point, haven't you?
Yeah, because the last 2 years, the week of Winnie City and BabsCon, because I drive to Winnie City, this is canceled. And then because I usually have to get to BabsCon early and then leave late, this is canceled for both of those weeks, and we didn't get either of those. So, thank you for sticking out as long as you did, but I honestly was expecting that you would need a break at some point soon.
I was gonna go to Winnie too. I was so looking forward to it.
Hey, Winnie's still happening. It's just later. Let me see.
Oh, I thought it got canceled.
No, BabsCon got canceled for this year. BabsCon's rescheduled for next year. Winnie City is scheduled July 3rd through the 5th, which means that my July is going to be hell.
If I'm going to be honest, July might be optimistic.
My brother's going to be pissed at me.
So my July is Winnie City first week of July, third week of July is TrotCon, and the first week of August is Everfree.
Yeah, I've got that Winnie City. I might not go to TrotCon. I might go to something, but there's another con in there, and then Gen Con if they're still having it.
All right, anyway, we're gonna go raid Maddie. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Stay safe, folks.